go! Wow! New record! Next stage. Level 23.
Kingsley has made it out of Wave 7. He is officially in top 8, so congratulations. Down to so, Ranker clearly swept the floor. Eggplant, pretty good job. Kingsley has also made it out. Second, let's take a preview at top 8. Alright, so I have to explain some things. Originally in the rules said there would have been a top 8 round, and then there would have been a redemption round for the bottom 6 to make it to 3rd and 4th of top 4. We are not doing that anymore. This is a simpler. We're just cutting off the bottom 2, going to top 6, cutting off the bottom 2, going into top 4. So this is a card draw that has been made for top 8, and it's kind of a disaster. This will be fun. Alright, now we are actually on for real break. Top 8 starts in about 40 minutes, 6 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll be back then. And then we're going to do that until we finish the tournament. So go get dinner or something. We'll be back.
They say I'm in trouble. 사라질 거뿐인 걸 너무 흔들리지만. That's me. So what? 들으면 어때? 특별한데. 동그라미 원하지. 미련 그 누구도 몰라. Nobody knows. 어쩌지? I can't be. 어디로 튈지 몰랐어. 비슷한 잔소린 바보. 잔소린 바보. I'm sorry, bubble. Unbelievable! You're the best! Next stage. 동그라미 원하지. 미련 그 누구도 몰라. Nobody knows. 어쩌지? I can't. Hey, why don't you just get up and dance, man? Game over. tunes. Series zone. Difficulty zone. Level 13. Level 15. 나이는 숫자. 나이는 숫자. 마음이 진짜. 가슴이 뛰는 대로 가면 돼. 이제는 더 이상 나이는 숫자 마음이 진짜 가슴이 뛰는 대로 가면 돼 이제는 더 이상 산다는 게 다 그런 거지 누구나 빈손으로 와 소설 같은 한편의 얘기들을 세상에 뿌리며 살지 자신에게 실망하지만 모든 걸 잘할 순 없어 오늘보다 더 나은 내일이면 돼 인생은 지금이야 아모르 파티 말해 뭐해 쏜 화살처럼 사랑도 지나갔지만 그 추억들 눈이 부시면서도 슬펐던 행복이야 나이는 숫자 마음이 진짜 가슴이 뛰는 대로 가면 돼 이제는 더 이상 슬픔이 아니야 왔다 간 한 번의 인생아 연애는 기술 결혼은 선택 가슴이 뛰는 대로 가면 돼 눈물은 이별의 거품일 뿐이야 다가올 사랑 두렵지 않아 아모르 파티 아모르 파티 아모르 파티 Excellent! You did a really great job! Wow! New record! Next stage. 나이는 숫자 마음이 진짜 Level 15 Level 20 Level 21 Level 24 over Hey, why don't you just get up and dance, man? You've got a new title. Game over. Ready? Wrap it up. New tunes. Difficulty zone single. Level 15. Level 21. Listen to your heart. We can always start. Listen to your heart. 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 Drop it to the floor as the bass keeps rocking. Wow! You're up! Next stage. About the let's go! Put your hands up! Let's go! Let's go!
I shall make the earth my home, and I shall never, never leave it.
Okay, boys, what's the beat?
1, 2, 3, go!
모든 타깃은 날 향해 있어 말없이 베이는 상처 말 안 해도 알 수 있어 아무런 표정도 없이 넌 이미 익숙하단 듯이 벗어나지 못해 but I know
I'm a geek, the big paradox. 쉽게 생각하면 널 지키는 killer. 지옥 끝에선 다 하나같이 bitter. 입을 걸어 잠궈 freeze off.
이유 없는 시선 우릴 보는 question 죄의식은 이미 그들에게 없어 막을 수 없이 사무치는 맘 참지 못했다 난 너를 위해서 먹구름에 쌓인 깊어지는 밤 내려 털었던 날 줬던 날 굳게 가로잠글게 또 가 Where is the love 가시 같은 그 말로 널 아프게 한다면 결지 못하게 소중한 시간들을 왜 증오로 채우는가 Too many angels right now I'm gonna change your mind 다시 숨 쉴 수 있게 No Where is the love 가시 같은 그 말로 널 아프게 한다면 결지 못하게 가 Unbelievable! You are the best! Wow! New record! Next stage. Level 23. Level 22. New tunes. Series full song remix. Remix Shortcut. World Music. 모든 새처럼 땅에서 땅끝까지 넘나드는 공처럼 온 산에 분물 불이 터지네. 샛별은 하늘 속에 대방울을 찌르네. 꽃들은 입을 열어 폭포수를 드럽네. 강나루 모여드는 강물이 바라보네. 휘영청어랑 타령을 하자. 굴러가라 하루하루야. 세월은 산에 꿰다 놓은 수선화. 장을 하라 바람 바람아. 사랑은 별을 해내. 서로 가자 구비구비 쳐가자. 하늘의 마을 넘어까지 Get up and dance, man!
All right. The headset? If not, it's fine. Let me know if I'm talking too loud.
Game over.
Anyways, hello, Michael Flesher.
Hello, how are you doing, Enoch?
I'm doing fine.
I
was
imagine
waiting-
you're very tired. Been sitting back here all day.
Eh. I've had a
That's good.
so I can run around and fix camp.
Someone's saying they would turn both of us up a little bit on comms.
Ready? Pump it up.
We appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Wow, why would anyone want to hear us? Okay, let's see here. I'll just put a little bit
yeah.
extra on.
We
juice on
are
the
just about
compressor.
to get underway for top 8 here. The first two players are Matt and Rick, Red Viper. If you know anything about the history of the high-level American pump up scene, you know that these two guys are about as ingrained as they get. Matt, World Pump Fest 2011 representative, I want to say. Rick went twice, I think in 2006 and maybe 2009 or something along those lines. Once as a freestyle player, once as a speed player. The two of them are good friends outside the game, and I would say rivals. Matt is definitely ahead of Rick, but Rick has been making huge gains the last couple years and has really put a lot of effort in Phoenix to improve as a player. They're both guys that take their overall physical fitness very seriously too, I would say. So I think that for neither of them it's going to be a matter of stamina right here. It's mostly going to come down to technique. And I would say that Matt has the edge there, and Matt is the favorite in this entire pool. But I think Rick is definitely a contender to survive this first round of 8 charts. They're all D23s, which is, I would say, an interesting selection. The reality is that Imaginary City is one of the easiest D23s in the game. It's fairly recent, I would say maybe 5-6 patches ago at this point, and it's a D23 that is focused on tech and brackets, but is pretty easy to score on. For Matt, I would be expecting something along the lines of a triple S plus, more or less on command. I wouldn't even be surprised if Matt has a PG on it. Rick, I'm guessing at least a 970k, but it'll be interesting to see. Helix, the first song they're playing here, is a similarly bracket tech heavy song. And as you can see from Matt's score loaded up on his card, he has a 999668, which is, I would guess, 1 great. Matt has a lot of the D23 folder flagged. So it's very possible here that Matt triple S plus is this one too. Leakage Voltage is, I would say, the hardest chart out of the 3 in this group. It's a very, very weird chart, and it's also kind of hard to play in an environment like this because the song is very, very quiet. And in a crowded venue like this, where there's both kind of atmospheric crowd noise and ambient noise from other machines, it can be pretty tough to do a chart like Leakage Voltage. Actually, though, one sec. I'm going to do something really fast. I'll be right back. Okay, so my concern was the possibility that the third Pump It Up cab would interfere with the sound. Matt said he's fine with it, so for at least this match, we're going to leave the third cab on. If they're still running women's non-binary, then obviously they just have to use the machine for now. But if at any point we can, whatever, we'll hopefully do second cab.
It's okay if we could just move from the women's 9-binary to ITG cab. Is it the same game? No.
So it's interesting. Rick did not. Wait, oh, Matt started too soon because they were running out of time. So, but now
do
Rick
we
is going to
know?
run out of time. So they're going to both swipe in at the same time. We just need Rick to fail out real quick here. So yeah, Helix is a very, very technical D23. A lot of bracket tech. And they're about to get right underway here. I'm very, very curious to see how Rick does on this chart. This is the kind of chart that I generally don't associate with his skill set, him being particularly strong. I could still see him 960 or 970K'ing it, but we'll see. Like I said, Matt is a threat to PG this at any moment, so that's cool. So right now, both players, perfect as you would expect. The beginning of this chart, Rick with a slight mistake there, but the beginning of this chart is pretty easy. There's some step jumpy stuff, but it's after this easy freeze section here where the chart's going to pick up a bit in intensity. This chart was added maybe 5-6 patches ago, about midway through Phoenix, and it's very technical. It's a chart made by Refos, who's a new addition to the step making team in Phoenix. And Refos also did stuff like Dark Side of the Moon, which is like really, really technical. And he loves like weird bracket quad stuff. And Matt right now, as you can see, PGing it. Rick has gotten a few more misses, but still mostly holding solid. And through this part in the chart, no major issues for either player. But it's going to be this part coming up that really decides whether or not Matt can get a score that puts him into first place.
I've noticed over the years there's been more and more ITG players coming into the scene, especially now that ITG is so tech-focused. They're seeing Pump as another avenue to hone their tech skills. And you see this like really clean, minimal movement coming out of these ITG players. The problem is Pump doesn't have the same pacing in their team. It kind of modulates, so when things start...
Hold on. Matt as I said, Matt was a threat to PG.
Good God.
And Matt just got a new D23 PG in a tournament as a warm-up. That's my boy right there.
We should just turn off event. We should just turn on event.
It is not on event mode. That's going to save.
Yeah, I'd say we should turn back on.
Oh, no. Matt just got a new PR, a new PG to add to the ever-growing list of PGs, and I'm very happy for him. I'm sure he's feeling good. That was a super sick run, super clean. But yeah, you're absolutely correct that the games have kind of had an interesting feedback loop with each other over the past 10 to 15 years, where Pump and sometimes has started to feel more and more like ITG, and then ITG has started to feel more like Pump. Obviously, ITG step makers have access to Pump charts in a way that Pump step makers don't really have access to ITG charts. ITG customs are not really popular in Korea to nearly the same extent that they are in the States. So I would guess that a lot of those players that are making the charts nowadays, the Refoses and the Femses and Dolkis of the world, do not really know necessarily about the developments in ITG, but certainly ITG has taken a lot of stuff like reintroducing crossovers heavily to the game and adding brackets and foot switch tech and stuff from Pump. And a lot of ITG players are coming over to Pump now, and we had some really, really good runs in this tournament from people that are 4-panel mains. We're about to get Leakage Voltage underway, so I'll stop talking about that. But yeah, this is a sick chart right here. This is really tough. So I'm curious to see how both players play. Like I said, this song is very, very quiet here at the beginning. Also a very bracket tech heavy chart. I didn't bring attention to it at the time because Matt's score was so impressive, but Rick got, I think, a 972, which is also a very good show. The important thing to note is that in this pool, the bottom 2 players will drop out and the other 6 will advance. So even if you are not competing to be at the very top of the pool, has to do the best he can here to make sure that someone like Mika or Rinker coming up from the lower brackets doesn't take his spot in top 6. And Rick has made one tiny error so far, but hitting these weird backwards drills quite well. Matt, meanwhile, remaining more or less perfect. He just got a great on a triple, but still a solid run as the song starts to pick up a bit here. These very wonky freeze crossovers, they're slow and not too hard, but the patterning is weird. Kind of exhausting despite the speed.
And there's this staccato, like step jump, step jump.
Yes, the rhythm of this chart is very awkward. It definitely can wear on you. It's hard to time well. You see Matt picking up some great there. He's been able to maintain combo, which is awesome, but he definitely struggled a little bit with keeping the exact perfect rhythm. Looked like he was a little slow, but both players doing well there in that half double section going into this weird kind of stretchy drill part. And I'm very excited to see if Matt can lock down the full oh, right as I said it. Matt loses his full combo, but still a very good run. I think it was only a bad, so it'll still be a superb game. And a very good score, probably a 991 or something. 995, wow. So another triple S plus for Matt. It was a bad, as I thought. Rick, again, kind of staying in the same consistent range at 975K. He's definitely not going to be too upset about that score, I would imagine. I certainly would not be. That was a good run. You wanted to see more of the left pad, yes. Yes, Drake, you're completely correct. It's a very uncomfortable chart. That's a very good word to describe it. The rhythms are uncomfortable. The patterns are uncomfortable. There's about it that's like particularly crazy fast, especially for someone that's playing 23s. There's not like 1 or 2 ridiculously hard high travel runs. The brackets are challenging, but not, again, nearly at the level of something like Scorpion King or something where you're doing really difficult flamming tech. It's just a difficult chart from front to back, and it's got a lot of awkward stuff that's hard to stick with. So here we go. Like I said, Imaginary City, easily the easiest chart out of these. Matt already has the PG on it, and I would not be surprised. I don't know that he can just, man, it's not like too many 23s are PG-able on command, but certainly a possibility here. And I would not be surprised, based on Rick's scores on the first 2 songs, to see Rick maybe 985K this or even higher. So, because Rick's run on Helix was very good, and I suspect Rick can do much better on this than he did on Helix. Anyways, let's see here. What do we got going on in the chat? Back in my day. Are we back in my day me, or are we back in my day Drake? Because compared to me, Drake is like a wee lad. What I recommend, Goddish, is that you play the charts on your own at home and see how you do against the rest of our pool. Hello, Cell. Hi. So Amir, in terms of flamming is the like when you hit a bracket, but you kind of roll your foot because the bracket is not a direct try hit, but like a slightly offset hit. So like, again, something like Scorpion King. These are just normal brackets, whereas flams are something like what you saw in Sorceress Elise, or not Sorceress Elise, Solitary 2 earlier. But yeah. Here we go, both players, as I suspect, off to a very good start. So here we've got just kind of a long 16th note run. Again, pretty simple, slow. It has some side pivots in the middle, but it's not really all that twisty. This part is, but these center 4 twists are nothing at this speed for players of this caliber. They're both hitting them more or less perfectly as I suspected, although Rick got one miss in there, it looked like. Yeah, him is absolutely flamming, for sure. Him D24 is 100%, I would say, a chart as flamming. Thank you, Drake. I would not have known that. I don't know anything about music other than what sounds good and sounds bad. Are you saying that this chart is scary because it's relatively easy and thus one mistake is really punitive? Because that's my feeling on it, Cell, is that by far this is the easiest of the 3D23s, but because of that, players at this caliber, if they do make a mistake, are going to feel really punished in a way that they might not on a harder chart like Leakage Voltage. Ah, the holds? Yeah, that's fair enough. I think Matt PG'd it, which, like I said,
God.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him do it.
Holy.
You did a really
So, like I said, Rick did upscore from his scores on the first two songs to an expected level. I would say on the lower end of the range, I would have thought, but still not bad. A 980K is going to be good. It's certainly a decent pacemaker. Obviously, Matt has pretty much already secured his spot in the next round. That's not really surprising to anyone watching the event. But yeah, Matt with 2 PGs out of 3 songs on 23s. Not the most surprising thing in the world to someone like me. But yeah, an awesome run from both players. And we're about to get ready for the next 2 players. We're kind of letting the players get on in more or less whatever order they want to that makes things run efficiently. We've got a lot of players with some crossover events where they're trying to spin a lot of plates at once. So like Mika Kingley right now is, I think, playing SMX still, so we're waiting for them. Finker, I think, might still be playing ITG officials and things of that nature. So yeah. I like your thought. I like where your head's at, Godish.
I mean, at the very least, Kingley is not walking back and forth to exhibit halls anymore, trying to get the Soul Calibur and then back here.
Yeah, they're doing good. No, I think all the Soul Calibur events are in this room. Maybe I'm not sure, but regardless, yeah, that was an awesome play. I'm really excited. Can you slow down the logo?
It's a baked-in GIF. I'll do what I can.
Can you delete the logo? Please. Help Drake help himself. Yeah, the graphics look great. I only noticed like 3 or 4 days ago that it was the whole Persona 3 theme, but everything has looked really cool. The presentation's great. I really like what Enoch got set up here for the stream in terms of the visuals. I like it's nice and clear. Good use of space. So I'm very excited about how the event has gone this year for the most part. We did a lot of rules changes that mostly, I would say, worked out pretty well. There are some things that I definitely have learned from this event that I would like us to change next year. But I think that it was really cool that we got to see some of the lower rounds of the tournament have doubles in them. Usually at pump tournaments like this, it's just singles all the way until top 8. And I feel like it kind of disenfranchises players who enjoy playing doubles. And I think that everyone at an event like this should get to have the experience that is the most fun for them, and giving them the possibility of playing doubles is just really cool. So, yeah, I don't know. All right, so it looks like we have Grant is going to be playing on the, I guess, stage left cab, the leftmost cab, the right on your screen. And Jason Dredd will be playing on the left cab on your screen, the center cab of our setup here.
level 14.
So
Level 16.
these are two other old guys of the community. Jason has been around since the beginning of time. He is old enough that, you know, he's a key contributing chart artist on Pump It Up Pro 1. I don't know exactly how long Grant has been around, and I'm not sure exactly how old Grant is. He's not as old as I am, and I think Dread might be older than me, but Grant is certainly getting up there. And these are two of our, I guess, Middle America representatives. We got Texas and Kentucky represented. Dread is kind of the anchor of the Kentucky scene, I would say. There's not a ton of great places to play dance games in public in Kentucky for reasons one might easily be able to imagine. There's not a lot of major cities, and so Dread is kind of brought for, I don't even know, 3-4 years now to Storm a group of players from Kentucky. One of his friends is not here this year, and I'm very sad about it because I really, really like the guy. But yeah, Dread here with his wife and some of his friend group. And yeah, Dread has been a consistent top 8 to top 4 level player at this event. He, I'm pretty sure he top 4'd Mistake on the Lake a year and a half ago when I was there for that, the last time we did Mistake on the Lake. Yeah, this is the old head group of the tournament. Although, really, like, pretty much the entire top 8 almost is old heads. The only new young bloods we've got, really, we got Mika and Kingley. Mika being Kingley, sorry. I'm just used to calling them Mika. And we've got, I think that's it, honestly. Because the only two left to play after these two, or the ones left to play after these two, are Hudson, who's obviously old as hell, Rinker, who's old as hell, and Paranoia Boy, Tony, who's old as hell. Well, I don't think that Tony's necessarily old. He just seems like he's old because he's been top scoring everything for forever. But yeah. Wait, how old are you, Goddish? How old is Tony, Drake? Do you know? You don't have to, like, dox him or anything, but he's not as old as I am, right?
Then Tony's home address.
Don't listen to Enoch. Oh, wow. Okay, so Tony is almost as old as I am, or maybe even older than me, I guess. Damn.
Yeah, Tony used to be a big, like, DDR freestyler back in the day.
Yeah.
And then now plays mostly pump and mix.
Next stage.
Yeah, Tony's been around for forever.
Level 6, level 17, level 20. Difficulty zone, level 17.
The Google Sheets are flawless and without blame.
Love is
Level 19.
Tusa sent us a Google Excel document that was pure fire, and that we incorporated into ours.
Level 19.
Okay, so you're not old, but I mean you'd be older than like half the Florida community at this point too. So you're not quite a boomer, but you're a zillennial. I'll be turning 38 in a couple months. Yeah, it looks like this is pretty much the end of these guys warming up. I have to assume this is going to be Jason's last warm-up song and Grant's last warm-up song. I really hope so, because it's already 6:40, and we are only one pair into this match, so it's going to run quite late already. But yeah, this amount of warming up is definitely going to push back the start time. So hopefully after this, both guys are ready to go, play their 3 songs. We can move on. Yeah, StartGG is abysmal. I mean, StartGG is a wonderful website. If they sponsor this event, they couldn't possibly do anything wrong, and I love StartGG.
Absolutely not. The
praise.
only thing StartGG did for us is that they started taking commission after registration started for this event.
This really
All praises to Start GG.
So we're
Start
like,
GG
the,
is
we're
the
like
be-
the last major that don't have to pay commission.
Start GG is the best website of all time. Thank you, Start GG, for all of the wonderful things you do for the dance game community. You're so beloved. Everything about your website is perfect, and I have nothing bad to say about it at all. Thanks, Start GG.
level 20.
Please give me money. All right, it looks like they're both failing out here, which means we are about to get things underway between Grant and Mr. Dread here. Obviously, most players are probably familiar with this, but this is not a head-to-head tournament. These players are not just trying to beat each other. They are trying to win as many points as they can on the 3 songs out of a group of 8. The higher you place within a group, the more points you get. Yeah. Getting this last slice of cheese. 2 slices. No, there's 3 slices. I mean, the last slice.
Game over.
Thank you, Grant. Or Drake. Sorry, what the hell? My brain. Drake, I'm so sorry I called you Grant. That's like the worst insult of all time. I'll get you a slice of cheese pizza the next time I see you.
I remember the first time I met Grant. He and the Texas boys came up to Georgia for the launch of Infinity V110. He came up to me, started talking to me in Hangul, and I'm like, Grant, I'm sorry. I have like a preschooler's knowledge of Korean. And he just like scoped away.
Things Drake is known for.
Difficulty zone double.
Being cheerful.
Level
Encouraging people.
Level
Coaching
23.
people on weightlifting and other things of that nature. Things Grant is known for. Grip. Swag. Speaking Korean fluently.
There's a lot of scare quotes on that last one.
Fluently enough.
Better than me.
That's what counts. All right. Both guys are ready. About to get things underway. We've already seen these charts played, so this will be more of a refresher course for you on just how good Matt Miller is at making this look easy. Because I highly suspect that no one else will PG this for the rest of the bracket. Reminder, this song starts out very easy. Doesn't really start to pick up until the very, very end, but the ending is... As you can see, pretty broken combo a couple times. More or less the same ways. And Jason with his first combo right there on a triple. But both players still looking good. Looking like they have a chance to face in front of Red Viper's 970. Look, I would never say anything positive about Hudson, except that the more negative stuff you talk about Hudson, the more likely he is to prove you wrong. I love trying to activate Hudson's spidey senses. It's a crucial part of knowing someone for 22 years. Red's struggling a little bit here. Grant's struggling quite a lot. I'm thinking both of these guys are going to be pretty far behind Red Viper here. Oh no, Grant. Grant dropping some early on that quad there. that quad drop freeze is going to really hurt his score. I would be shocked if he broke 920k just off that alone. Yep. Ooh. So Dread with the 976, 540. Grant with the 905, 244. That should, if I'm not mistaken, put Dread just ahead of Red Viper, and Grant will be at the bottom.
Next stage.
That's a very, very rough start for Grant because 905 is a score I am confident that every other player in this group will exceed.
Level 23.
So just from the first song alone, Grant has put himself in a pretty big hole. And a veteran tournament player, and I know he's going to recognize that he needs to make up for that here. And I'm worried that Leakage Voltage will be a chart where he's struggles a bit in terms of some of the kind of weird triples patterns. Ultimately, maybe that Helix performance may have doomed Grant's run here. We'll see though. Dread, surprisingly, the mistakes that he made that I noticed and tried to bring up were not enough to bring him below Red Viper, which is very interesting. Dread cleared Red Viper by about 3,500 points, it looks like. So a good start for him. He's definitely going to be happy with that. Leakage Voltage is a chart I would imagine he has played a lot in his life. It's an old chart. Back to 2011, I would guess. And maybe 2012. And wait, am I misremembering this? Maybe Leakage Voltage is Prime 1. So it would be like 2016. So not as old as I'm thinking, maybe. But I would still, yeah, okay, if it's a defense chart, it's Prime 1. So, yeah, I don't know. I still feel like Dread is going to do pretty well on this, but we'll see. Also, Grant was too slow in getting to the song. Now we gotta wait.
I really don't like hearing that Prime is old territory.
It's not quite old yet, but it will be old soon. 10 years old now. In the history of the game, it's about 20% of the game's lifetime ago. Or 40%. So, that's pretty old. And you want to put it in relative terms. Would you have said that, like, Exceed 2 was old when Prime was out?
Yeah?
Would you have said that NX2 was old when Prime was out?
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay. Comparable.
This is just upsetting. Prime was the first game I took seriously. Does that mean I'm an old head now? I don't like that.
You're Unk. You're Unk for sure. All right. Both players off to a good start, hitting those quads, doing these weird twists with these 24ths. Ooh. Dread the first one to break combo, but Grant following soon after. The song is very awkward. Like Drake pointed out earlier, there's a lot very weird miniature kind of like twisty drill patterns. They're easy to flub. Both players have struggled a little bit here, but generally, holding pace with one another, putting up pretty decent efforts. The real test is going to be that very last part. It'll be what really determines whether either of these guys is able to come out ahead of Rick. Rick's score was 975, which to me reads as really good. I would not be surprised at all to see neither of these guys break it, but right now, Dread doing an awesome job on the half doubles, going into this slightly tougher, kind of stretchy run part. Grant struggling a lot, struggles with the high travel runs there, and that's the end. Dread, a good run. I wouldn't be surprised to see Dread 980k it here. Grant, again, struggled a bit more. You can see a difference of 46 perfects. And Fred at 976k, Grant at 932k. And again, I think that edge for Jason is going to be just a tiny bit ahead of Red Viper's score? I'm not sure. Can you pull up Red Viper's score real quick, please? Red Viper with the 975, 730. So again, Dread manages to slide in ahead of Red Viper. So he's already got a pretty good, at the very least we know, through 2 songs, ahead of 2 of his opponents. That's a good place to be, because all he has to do is outpace. He'd have to do considerably worse than Grant here, and considerably worse than Rick, to have any chance of not moving on to the next round of the tournament. Drake, you need to say something in the chat so I stop looking at it's old. I need to stop thinking about how old I am. Someone, sell. Child. Hey, anything that makes me and Enoch not feel old for a sec. Or, you know, don't. Leave me hanging. That's okay, too. Thank you, Amir. You get it. You know how old I am. I have known Hudson for as long as Amir has been alive, I'm pretty sure. Actually, longer. The first time I ever met Hudson was at an anime convention in the summer of 2003, or the spring. All right, here we go. Imaginary City, 3. Like I said, this chart, a lot of freezes, as Sel pointed out, so easy places to break here on these quads. And Grant is, you can see the disappointment in his face. He knows he fucked up real bad. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but it's too late now. The word has already been uttered. Sorry for any children watching at home that are upset by me using that word. But yeah, Grant not pleased with himself. He's gonna have to everything in his power to collect himself and finish strong here to give himself a chance to advance to top 6.
Those
Jason
are some nasty
finally. These patterns are, they're kind of weird, but again, this song is so slow for this difficulty range that this is, I would say, one of the easier D23s, both to clear for the first time and to score on. There aren't really any sections that are super awkward timing-wise, and there also are not too many really, really difficult, like, turning streams or high travel sections. If I had to guess, if you were to look at the top 100 leaderboard for this song on the AM Pass website, this would probably be one of the 23s where the 100th best score was the highest, and this would be one of the 23s with the most PGs all game, if not the most PGs all game.
I mean, what makes this chart such a monster is that it's a root form check because of all the holds and all the middle 4 those going on.
Yeah, very bracket heavy technical chart with lots of switching side to side. Both players really struggle with the end. Dread especially, I'm actually kind of astonished. But Dread's score will still be pretty good because his timing was good. A 962. Grant with a 912. I think that Grant very clearly in last place right now. Red, his scores on the first 2 songs, both better than Red Viper's, but he was worse by enough here that I can easily see some of the other players sliding in between the 2 of them.
Next stage.
And that will probably be fairly crucial for deciding the seeding of the next round, even if it does not outright knock Dread out of the tournament right now. We got on the pads next. Looks like some combination of Hudson. Yes, maybe a Rinker. I don't see. My line of sight is not in front of the cab, but I see Rinker sitting down next to the cab. That would be my guess who's going on next. Not sure for though. And the other 2 players we would be waiting for at that point would be Paranoia Boy and Kingly. Makes a lot of sense because Paranoia Boy is, of course, constant thorn in the side of all tournament organizers in the best way possible. A very good player who always makes deep runs in every game. No, I was wrong. Paranoia Boy is actually getting on now to play with Hudson. So that means that we got Paranoia Boy and Hudson here, and then the last two players will be Rinker and Kingley. So, again, these are two players who have a long, deep history within this game and within all dance games. I would argue that these two might be the two best all-rounder dance game players in U.S. history. Paranoia Boy, a consistent threat in DDR, a top-level player in SMX, a top-level player in Pump, although I would say not quite at the level of someone like Hudson or Matt historically. Still an excellent, excellent, excellent Pump player. And I don't really know too much about Paranoia Boy's history with ITG, but can't imagine he's bad at it. And he even plays Dance Rush Stardom very seriously and wins events in that. Meanwhile, there's not really a whole lot that I can say about Hudson and his history within dance games that people aren't already aware of. Tons of extremely impressive tournament results over the years. A guy who comes to any tournament, no matter how out of practice he is, and play at a really, really, really high level. He's former KC representative for DDR, former USPF winner back in, I want to say 2012 or 2014 or something. He won in Vegas. Consistent Storm, threat. Used to always be a threat at stuff like Rocky Mount as well. He's, obviously a bit of a legend within the Pump community. He's going right now for the Platinum Perfect Gamer title. He's at like 2,800 perfects. And, yeah, he's a legend, and he's gotten back into the game last year and taken it really, really seriously, and almost instantly surged to the top of the leaderboards in basically anything under a 24. He has some of the most impressive PGs in the world on his resume. He is the first and only, and likely only ever, player to PG the Devil D20. He has a ridiculously impressive PG on Repentance S19, which tragically did not get played in the tournament, even though I put it in the pack. He's just crazy good at almost anything rhythm game related. Very good pop. Loves making step charts. He has step charts that are in modern K-Pump. He has lots of step charts in Infinity. Yeah, like I said, he's just kind of an icon within the American Pump It Up community. He's somewhere above 2,800 Goddish. He didn't say the exact number to me, but I know he's over 2,800. He said it earlier to me.
You know what I know him as? The largest perpetrator of dad jokes inside corporate communication.
Fair enough.
The amount of terrible puns he would make inside like the internal safety newsletter was legendary.
I largely identify Hudson with his awful takes and his incessant need to turn everything into a competition. He once went to do an escape room with Matt and had never done an escape room before. And as they were driving to the escape room, he was talking to Matt about how he was going to beat Matt at the escape room. And then when Matt explained it was a cooperative event, he still said that he was going to beat Matt at the escape room, I'm pretty sure. Which is a very Hudson way of looking at the world. He is a big Mario Party and a Mario Kart enthusiast. He once drove up.
Don't ever play Mario Party with him.
He once drove up to Gainesville just visit me, quote unquote, but mostly to go to a Best Buy to play a Mario Kart demo.
He once roped a bunch of corporate dudes from Japan to play Mario Kart in their hotel room with him. And I have seen a photo of 3 Japanese corporate dudes giving him the middle finger while he's wearing a Wario hat. This photo is real. You have to trust me.
That sounds a lot like Hudson. You say powerful, Drake, and it calls into question what you think the word powerful means.
Next stage.
Oh, both players here. Oh, wait, no. I keep getting confused, but Hudson here is finishing his warm-up set, it looks like, with Crimson Hood. I'm gonna grab a water, or a vitamin water.
Next stage. Hey, why don't you just get up and dance, man? Game over. Ready? Pump it up.
If you
It
think
looks like-
Hudson is looking attractive now,
Difficulty
stop complimenting him. You're gonna inflate his head, and it's not gonna look nice anymore.
level 20.
Okay, we're about to get ready. We got Hudson's already got Felix queued up. As you can see, he got himself over that triple S plus line for the rating ranking, but otherwise hasn't gone back and revisited it. Paranoia Boy, meanwhile, does not have a score. He doesn't have that little new marker, which means he's played the chart at least once, but no score, which means no clears. Now, a player of his caliber should not struggle to clear this song, and clearing the song doesn't matter here. All that matters is score. But you do have to wonder how familiar Tony is with the chart compared to Hudson. Hudson has not full comboed it yet, apparently. But maybe this will be the run. Maybe he'll be motivated by Matt's incredible performance. Again, when you watch this chart, you gotta watch out for the awkward bracket effect. You gotta watch out for that difficult ending section. Otherwise, both players' effect will be pretty comfortable. A lot of perfects. Ooh, Tony there. Very briefly, it looked like Tony was dropping the hold, but he was able to secure it before the tick. And Hudson was not. Hudson actually dropped. I think he'll still close this one out solidly. Definitely a little disappointed. I don't think he expected that he was just going to PG this one and tie Matt, but still, definitely will be looking to get second place on this song here. Tony right now is the one. Tony, very, very high movement play style. Twisting, he's really getting into it. Works his body about much more violently than Hudson does. Hudson with another miss, Tony with one as well. Hudson a few more, but a bad there as well. Both players looking pretty good. Certainly far from perfect, but I think both of them are still on pace to beat the 972K mark that Rick established. See? It's going to really come down to this final run section.
I mean, you want to know why Tony's so good at Step Maniacs? Minimalism, never heard of her. And up until a couple years ago, that used to kind of be how Pump was too, but now it's just so stamina enduring that you kind of have to have a minimalist stance now.
That's going to be really close. I think
Tony's about to kick
both
my
of
camera.
them beat. Ooh, yes. Okay, so both of them did beat Rick, and they both also beat Dread. Dread 976, Rick 972, and these two neck and neck 986 and 985. Both of them off to a really great start here. When you are through the first song and you're ahead of 3 or even 4 other players, definitely feel good about your leakage voltage. Again, is going to really be putting these guys to the test, but right now they're both feeling great, I would imagine, about their spots. Maybe for Hudson, he's not playing quite as cleanly as he would have hoped, but he got a really impressive S21 PG right before this tournament started, or right before his run in the tournament started. So I don't think he was necessarily playing badly. He just struggled a little bit with some of the brackets. Probably at a certain point knew, okay, I don't have to kill myself here. I just have to put in enough effort to make sure that I easily earn my spot in the next round. That's what really matters here. Eating for the next round, not super important because it mostly comes down to ban order. And I'm sure while Hudson is concerned about that, it's not the end of the world for him. And here we go, these guys, again, getting this awkward leakage voltage chart underway. Very excited to see how they both play it. I think that this is very much in their wheelhouses, especially Hudson, really good at these kinds of awkward charts. The rhythms are very unfamiliar to a standard Pump It Up player chart, but Hudson, with his strong background in other rhythm games, not have too much of a problem. Same for Tony. Here we go. This is the awkward step jump bracket section. Both being it clean. Now we get into these twisty bursts. Hudson is again the first. traveling back and forth. And Hudson again breaks combo. Oh, there's Tony breaking combo shortly thereafter. Both still looking very good, though. I think that both guys are going into this middle section with solid score. I think that they can still easily outdo Dread's 976, but we'll see. All right, looking good. Very, very good going into the ending here. I'm not sure that either one has gotten more than a couple of greats since the last time I mentioned their performance. Hudson with a small combo break, but still very good going into this last drill section. Tony really handling it. He jerked across the path really clean. Kelly's got a little bit of hair on his face. Really good run in the sections there. I think Tony's going to actually edge out Hudson here. Their perfect counts are going to be nearly identical. Ooh, I was wrong. The slight edge that Hudson had in perfects came from greats, and they basically had almost identical combo or non-perfect judgment count. But those 7 perfects are the difference. Hudson with the 991, Tony with the 988. Both of them clearly outpacing Red Viper and Red Score. They are both solidly ensconced in the top 6 at this point. And Hudson clearly in the driver's seat for the second place spot here. It's going to take crazy runs out of Rinker and Kingley to unthrone Hudson, which is more or less the expected result. But Hudson's play was really, really good. Even though he had those combo breaks interspersed throughout the song that cost him some of the combo scoring points, his timing was impeccable as always. And yeah, what about ensconced, huh? You got beef with my big boy words. These guys are playing great. As you can see, Hudson has the PG already on Imaginary Ice. Oh wait, no, that's the 20. No, he has the PG on the 23 too. Tony, meanwhile, only has an S+, but I totally think Tony can raise this one by a big amount, double S+, maybe even triple S territory here, based off of just how well he played on Leakage Voltage list now. I think Tony, kind of deceptive if you just look at the scores on his card, because he definitely does not play anywhere near everything. Right? Oh, very brutal on those early quads there for Tony. I hope it doesn't cost him too much, but that's definitely a major setback for him. You saw Grant made a similar mistake in his run on this song, and they are both Tony and Grant's failures to hit those freezes really driving home what Cell said earlier. Looks like a pad issue. I don't know. We'll have to run it back through the cameras afterwards, but I will say that the pads have been pretty good for the entire weekend, and the center panel, the center pad, the one or the pad that Tony is on is the one that people have maybe expressed some amount of issues with, but I think that a lot of it is just that players are not comfortable necessarily playing on setups that are not their own. And those middle quads are probably the trickiest thing in Pump to hit consistently when you're not playing on a setup where you know sort of where your hips need to be and where your weight balance needs to be. I'll definitely go back and look at the footage after this to make sure that Tony's run was not tainted by the drop quad. Although based on his scores on the first 2 songs, it's very unlikely it will affect his ability to advance to the next stage of the tournament, and I doubt that he'll care that much about the seeding. But we will deal with that when we have the opportunity to after this song. And what? What do you mean? Sorry.
How was it?
Wow! Fantastic!
Oh. Okay, well, we may not actually be able to look at the playback. But Tony with a 970K anyways. And that score is so good that I don't even think it matters. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, Tony easily outpacing Dread and Grant. So it doesn't matter. Tony is going to advance through regardless. The misses would theoretically affect his seeding, which would affect the ban order. But that's not really enough of a concern. And I doubt Tony gives much of a damn. So, yeah. We met at a Mexican restaurant. A Mexican restaurant.
Why don't you just get up and dance, man?
At what event? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I know who you are. Okay, duh. Hello.
Game over.
Hope you're doing well. I don't know if you listened to those, I don't know if you listened to those albums I recommended to you, but if you did, I hope you liked them. So yeah, right now, with 6 players done and waiting only here for Rinker and Kingley to play, we are looking at Matt Miller locked into advance, Hudson locked into advance, Tony Paranoia Boy locked into advance, Dread and Red Viper are not locked into advance. The two of them are both very likely to have their placements disrupted by the results of the other players. It is very possible that one of them gets someone wedged in between their scores on Imaginary City and knocks Dread out and puts Red Viper over him. It's less likely that Dread gets an advantage from someone outscoring Red Viper but not him. It is not, however, impossible. If someone were to break the middle between those two on Helix, that could be the difference maker. Otherwise, right now, oh, actually, Dread needs that to happen if he wants to be over Red Viper. Now, that doesn't mean that either of them is going to not be moving on. If either of Rinker or Kingley performs worse than those two, they will both advance. Currently, Grant is considerably at the bottom of the pack. Rinker and Kingley would both have to play worse than Grant did. Grant's performances were, I would say, all well below what he would have expected to coming into the weekend. I can imagine that he's pretty upset with how he played, knowing Grant, but also Grant's kind of a lighthearted dude, and so maybe he, will let it roll off him and not be too sad. Regardless, Rinker and Kingley here are going to get warm, and Rinker is already on the pads. Like I said, I believe Kingley may be over on an SMX match.
I
So
saw
we may
him
be
for
waiting for them for a little bit.
Second, but you want to talk about being warm? Right, Rinker and Kingley have been playing all day and all day yesterday. They came out of the pools. Meanwhile, Grant, the first time he stepped on the pads was today.
And that's an interesting. Oh yeah, we got Kingley. Kingley is just getting on the cab right now. They look like they're more or less ready to go. So crucial to note that this is a really, really player-dependent thing. For some people, it would be awesome to get to sit around, Matt, the whole day, relaxing, sleeping in the hotel room, getting comfy. Came on down here, warmed up for 20, 25 minutes, hopped on the cab, ripped it. Killed. Great scores, amazing performance, 2 PGs. But other players, coming from that situation of being very cold, not doing anything, and just being expected to hop on, might struggle a bit. Might want to play a few rounds, get a little acclimated to the cabinet, get a little acclimated to that thing, and yeah. You're trying to mock me. I won't allow you to mock me. You're not. I'm going to get my sleep. I'm actually not going to sleep at all because I'm old. I never sleep well. I have a terrible headache right now, but I'm soldiering on because the event must go on. Fortunately, at this point in the event, there's no more people fetching to do, so Vincent can do basically everything on that end on his own. And I can sit back here on the mic while these two fine players get ready. Mika is not title smurfing. You have to understand, Mika hasn't played Pump seriously in a very long time until a few months ago. They were very hesitant, I would say, to start playing harder stuff. I don't think had a good enough appreciation of how skilled they are at the game and how capable they are, and it took a little bit for them to warm up to the idea of actually just going and playing like sessions of 22s and 3s and now 24s. But they have very quickly adjusted. First of all, one of the most impressive things about the way Mika plays to me, how quickly they can get warm. I have seen Mika come into the arcade and second song get a new 24 clear. Not second song after warming up, just second song of the session. Just cold. Which to me is just baffling, like unfathomable. But they are an excellent, excellent technical player. They are, in a lot of ways, I would say like a proto-Hudson. They're much younger, obviously, but they have a background in 4-panel. I first met them through DDR, and they love making UCS charts, test skills that they want to work on, working on them. And they're excellent at bracket and really heavy technical stuff.
Next.
Their biggest weakness, stamina, and lots of really high speed stuff. Anything over 200 is going to be a struggle for them in this event. But right now, they are getting to play a lot of slower and more technical charts. And I would imagine they feel pretty good. Just being at this stage of the tournament is something of a surprise for them. But I would guess that they feel pretty good about this slate of charts within the range of possibilities. There are no singles, and they would clearly be the underdog here if there was even a singles chart in the mix. And there are no charts with really intensive foot speed hands. And so I think we'll get a really good performance out of King. I don't know that they've played this more than once, but I did have them play it a couple weeks ago, so I think we could see a good run. Rinker is Rinker, always good. So let's see here. Very, very, very excited. All right, so Kingly breaks combo very briefly, but again, like the other players before them, that's far from the end of the world here. This is a chart that's pretty easy to time. Ooh, another miss there on one of those middle bracket triples, and that is definitely an area where they struggle a bit compared probably to some other players in this range. They've told me that their biggest fear is charts with lots of bracket like quads that are easy to fail, especially in the middle, which is weird to me because they have an incredible score on what happened. But that has been their problem so far this chart. A lot of their misses have come on those middle red doubles where you have to turn your heel so that the inside of your foot is facing the cabinet. When you are turning your heel so that the outside of your foot is facing the cabinet, they're not having too much trouble. But the ones where your foot is turned away, that's been where their misses have come. Rinker, meanwhile, very, very, very impressive performance, as you pretty much have come to expect from him. Both of them more or less hitting that travel run with the M run pretty clean. Going into this ending bracket section. A very, 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 very good run from Rinker. A little bit weaker from Kingly, but does make sure to hit that ending quad. And those 20 misses or whatever that some of the other players have picked up are not present there. And Kingley with the 951 and Rinker with the 982. So Kingley's score is definitely going to be on the lower end. Better than Grant's, but worse, I believe, than everyone else's. Yes, better than Grant's by a good bit, but worse than everyone else's. Unfortunately for Rinker, or fortunately, his 982 is better than Hudson's and better than Tony's, but worse rather than Hudson and Tony's, but better than Dread and Rick's. So Rinker in a very, very good spot to advance here already. Unfortunately for Dread, one of the most obvious places that he could have gotten advantage over Red Viper was there. If Rinker had managed to slide in between them with something like a 974, but he did not. He exceeded both players. So now, Dread is mostly just relying on Kingley not beating his scores on it. If Kingley is unable to beat Dread and Red Viper's scores on any of these ensuing charts, those guys will both advance. Hello. You are way late. You missed Matt PGing 2 out of the 3 songs in the pool. Which, it should be noted, Hudson was not able to do. Just a reminder, Matt did something that Hudson did not do. In case Hudson ever listens to this, I want Hudson to know, Matt already beast moded you in the top 8. Anyways, these guys are about to get ready for leakage voltage, and you can see that astonishingly, Rinker actually has a score on this one. Rinker very infrequently has scores on things. Wow. The two of them are only 4K apart on personal bests. I would imagine, again, Kingley has only played this one once. And Rinker, who knows? But both of them at least familiar here. Both of them have a clear in their past, and their scores are solid, though neither of them has a PR that is in line even with Red Viper's score, which is, I think, currently the second lowest. So they're going to have a really, really, really tough hill to climb if they want to knock him down from the pedestal. And Kingley in particular really needs an excellent performance here if they want to have a chance of advancing in the tournament.
I feel like Rinker does know what he's going to have with this chart because him like overexerting on a lot of the bracket jumps.
Yeah.
Like I think he knows what.
Wow, but right now, the one who is full comboing through these kind of weird sections is Kingley. Getting these backwards drills really clean. Ooh, a little bit of a struggle there on that tough triplet across the top, but still a good run here going into this rest section. And like I said, these patterns are kind of awkward, so calling it a rest section might be slightly false, but for players of this caliber, relatively easy. And here we go. I would say
what does he mean your scores are respectable? You beat his.
All right, so it's neck and neck between these two, and I would say that they both have the chance right now to place really highly. It's going to all come down to this last bracket quad section. Kingley handling it really well. So is Rinker. Ooh, I was a little worried that Kingley would struggle here going into this ending bursty part, but actually doing pretty great. Hits the high travel M run pretty well. A very, very, very good run for both players. I would suspect that we're going to see double S or S plus or higher from both, but we'll see here.
Those double step brackets were really
only
clean.
an S for Kingley. A few too many goods and bads to match Rinker's impressive 983. Still a very good score. Kingley is not going to be disappointed with the 8K up score in a tournament setting. And that score will actually enough. Oh, no, it's not. Just barely not enough to take Dread Viper or Rick's or Dread's spot. And that would have been crazy with just 920 more points. So just a few goods turned into perfects or a combo break slightly later, Kingley could have actually slipped between Red Viper and Dread and helped Dread out a little bit in the points race and also helped their own chances of advancing here. But now, with their results as they are, can you bring the scores back up real quick, please? With the scores as they are, Grant is eliminated from the tournament. There is no path back for Grant. Hudson, Matt, Tony, all clearly going through. Rinker is also pretty much certain to go through, although not technically guaranteed. Dread and Rick both looking good to advance. But it is technically still possible, I believe, for Kingly to advance. But it would require an almost superhuman performance here. If Kingly were able to nearly PG Imaginary City here, they would be able to actually overtake Dread by enough. If Rinker also beat Dread, they would be able to push Dread out of his spot in top 6, which is crazy to think about. But if Kingly can somehow reel off an absolutely incredible performance, we could see a major upset. We see Kingly already has the S+. I believe that they are capable of getting the triple S here. The thing is, if they triple S it and Rinker beats Dread's score, they may advance. But it would require those two things to both happen, and even then, it would still be kind of unlikely. So we'll see here. All eyes here will be on Kingly to hit these bracket quads. Just barely manages to get them. Very good. Both players. Oh, actually, Rinker did fail on some of those. Kingly is looking good so far. Those quads early in the song have been a sticking point for a lot of players. And fact, Mika was able to hit them. Kingly was able to hit them without difficulty. Very good for their chances here. I really would love to see a triple S here out of Kingly. Ooh, but a miss. Another. Odds are already looking pretty tough. A few greats there in that middle 4 section. Hitting these side pivots very cleanly. Again, this middle 4 kind of DDR-ish pattern. Very well hit. Gets those kind of skid gallops looking good running into it here. Rinker has also looked mostly solid. A few misses here and there, but both players making absolutely sure they hit that bracket quad, and both of them doing it.
This is the form check card, and Kingly's form is like,
if Mika can have a nearly perfect end run here, it's still possible. Ooh, may still be possible for them to unseat Dread, but it's going to be really tough. They have had a better run in this tournament, I think, than they would have expected. They're probably largely happy to be here, and they have played great. I think that if they can upscore this chart here, even if they don't move on, they'll be pretty happy with how they've done, especially given their deep runs in the other game. They're very satisfied with their play. It was an upscore of 2.4K. 978 for Mika. 984 for Rinker. Rinker will be moving on. Mika will not. The 4 players, or the 2 players that are going to be dropped are Grant and Mika. Everyone else moves on. Rinker coming down from the seeding in pool play. A 3rd place finish in the top 8 round. And this is not really that surprising if you've seen how Rinker has played at this event in the past. Monster at all dance games, and he is consistent as hell. And yeah, a 982 that rounds up to a 983, a 983 that rounds down to a 983, 984 that rounds up to a 995 for Rinker. Consistent across the board. More consistent, I would say, than any player in this pool except for Matt. Excellent. What this means is that we're gonna have a top 6 here of a bunch of the old guys that we have seen in this same spot at many storms in the past. And we are now, we got here the card draw that these guys are going to be working with. There will be 6 bands from this pool. There are 3 singles charts and 6 doubles charts. We made a little bit of a rules change this year, or a lot of bit of a rules change this year. Usually, of course, the early stages of tournaments have no doubles and are all singles. And we decided to change the rules a little bit to give lower level players the opportunity to play doubles if they so chose. Now, on the flip side of that, we are also trying to introduce more consistent possibilities of singles play to high-level American Pump It Up tournaments. Oftentimes, at these world-level events like Big One and Bite, see a lot of high-level singles play. And you see players like Franco and Another who are just absolute beasts at singles, just tearing it up on, you know, these Hymn of Golden Glory and whatever style charts. We are dead, maybe? I can't tell. Oh, we're back. No. Okay, good. The stream is alive. So, yeah, you see these Latin American players especially, but the Koreans just dominating on these high-level singles charts. And I thought it would be cool to see American events start introducing singles as a more consistent element of play, or at least the threat of singles as a consistent possibility that makes people practice singles more than they might otherwise do. So, we have introduced singles charts to the highest stages of Storm, whereas in the past, this event has basically been all doubles all the way since going back to, I don't even know, 2016, 2017, and these later stages of the tournament. Now, these 6 will have the opportunity, if they so choose, to play 1 or more singles charts. Looking at this pool, these 3 singles charts, Further S22 is by far the easiest and most straightforward chart in this grouping. And I cannot imagine that these players do not all feel pretty comfortable on it. I believe that the vetoes are already coming in. Yeah, the vetoes are already coming in. We've got the live sheet here in front of us. I don't know if we can share it directly, but so far I saw Dread vetoed "This game does not exist D24," which I can't blame him for getting a really, really fast stamina-intensive 24 out of the pool. He's an old guy like myself, and I imagine he doesn't want to move that quick. Red Viper getting rid of A Sight de la Rue. I can imagine the motivation behind that is, A, he might just not feel super comfortable with the chart, but also B, that is a chart where you can very easily throw a good run into the trash bin by missing a single bracket on those middle 4. And we have seen players struggling to bracket on these middle 4s this weekend. And while I do not think that it's a pad-related issue, I think it is more a comfort-related issue. Like I said, those middle 4 are very, very, very tough compared to basically any other panels in the game to hit a bracket on. And all of these players, all 6 of them, I believe, play at home on their own setups where they know exactly how much weight they have to put on, how they have to balance. So when they're playing in a public setting, if they can get rid of a song that is that easy to miss the middle 4 and fail on, or not fail, but lose a lot of points on, they're going to veto it. So that's what Red Viper vetoed. Then we've got coming in from Paranoia Boy, the Jupin D23 veto. Jupin D23, if I'm not mistaken, is an entirely half doubles middle 6 chart. It's very, very wonky and strange. It's got weird rhythms, and it's very, very difficult to score well on. It's very difficult to time well, so I can totally see that ban from Paranoia Boy. Rinker with the ban on Necromancy D23, which is, I would say, probably the easiest chart in this pool, other than Further. It is a weird, twisty chart with a lot of awkward patterns on the center 6, and it can definitely be tough to score on. But for these guys, it would not be anywhere near the hardest chart in this grouping, and certainly not the strangest. What we are left with is Hudson and Matt have the opportunity to make this an all-single set if they want to. I would not be astonished if they did. Ignis Fatchus, a really high travel chart. Good tech, a really, really middle 4 heavy 4. Or middle 6 heavy, I would say, I guess. Hudson with the good tech ban, he just does not want to play high level doubles whenever he can avoid it against someone like Matt. He wants the comfort of singles. Hudson is, I would not say Matt's equal at high level singles, but he is on a more even playing field than he is at these high level doubles charts. So it totally makes sense for me that he would take a doubles chart out of the pool, especially because it's a very, very draining chart. Hudson may be looking to save energy for top 4. He may feel confident that he can get out of this pool, get to top 4. He doesn't want to waste too much energy, and he knows that he can conserve some strength on the singles
It's all
chart.
singles.
And here we go. Matt with the veto
Oops,
on
all
Ignis
singles.
Fatchus. And so we went from an all doubles pool straight to an all singles pool. And the Storm 2025 changes that have been made immediately coming into very, very, very big effect. And we've got a really, really fun all single set. We see Matt's at it. Why did Matt let Ignis? Why did Matt?
Why is Matt taking every opportunity to sabotage himself?
Well, yeah, it's still possible. I mean, Matt can still win. Matt can absolutely still win. Matt is capable of PGing further, I'm pretty sure. Ultimatum is pretty tough, but it is at least in the kind of skill set that Matt is very, very solid at, and where Hudson doesn't necessarily have a huge edge. And Tricklash is probably the one that most closely resembles favoring Hudson. I would still say that Matt is the favorite in that direct head-to-head matchup, but it is a chart where Hudson could absolutely get an edge back. It'll be very interesting to see if he does. Either way, I suspect both players will be moving on to the next stage, but for me, as someone who has always loved pumping up singles, it is thrilling to see high-level singles of this caliber playing an entire match of high-level singles. And it's also worth noting, this lets us end the tournament faster, and that's always fun.
Hello, everyone. From now on, I will introduce basic control for Pump It Up. The basic controller of Pump It Up.
I'm hot, my forever is our spotlight. 날 봐, I'm star, star, star.
New tunes, online matching. Difficulty zone single, level 11.
Okay.
Level 15. Level 9.
I'm so happy we get to use the singles streaming setup.
Series zone, Burst Phoenix. Double X.
So it looks like on one cab, we're going to have Hudson and Matt playing. On the other, maybe Rick and I saw Jason talking. Looks like it's going to be Jason probably. Rick and Jason.
자꾸 나만 보면 안 된대. 짜릿한 걸 원할 뿐인데 돈 이상
You may
나뿐하잖아.
you may be looking at the format changes and wondering
간단하게 스릴러.
it's a good idea
오늘은 뭘 해볼까?
to give Hudson a chance to win, knowing how obnoxious Hudson will be if he does. That's a valid concern. However, you must also think of the opposite, which is that if Hudson loses, with terms that are even slightly favorable to him. The amount of trash talking on Matt's behalf, or anyone else's behalf, really, will be incredible. Because, you know, the chips have been laid in such a way that Hudson cannot feel too much better about his chances than he does now. And so if Matt is still able to win, I imagine it would be crippling for Hudson's self-esteem for at least 5 seconds. And then Hudson would be back to being Hudson. But yeah. Players are getting warm. Looks like Jason doesn't really feel like playing a warm-up. He probably just is like, yep, I'm good. Don't want to wear myself out. Hudson, Matt, though, played far enough ago and, you know, feel compelled to warm up, so they're playing Headless Chicken. Favorite of all technical, high-skilled players. How are we doing over there in chat? Anyone else as tired as I am?
Absolutely perfect! Next stage. Hey, why don't you just get up and dance, man? Game over. Ready? Pump it up. Hello, everyone. I'm hot. My forever the sauce. I'm hot. My forever the sauce.
Oh, water? Yeah. All right. Matt and Hudson are hovering. So I guess we're still getting warm here. Yep. Okay. Nothing to see here, folks. Have I been commentating the whole time? No, I've been TOing the whole time. I have been in this room since approximately 9 a.m. running around and retrieving players in time for their matches. And this year, we have gotten everything on time. And in fact, we've been ahead of schedule at various points before random obstacles have gotten in the way from keeping us ahead of schedule. But that's the benefit of running things so that you are always ahead of schedule, is that even if you hit a snag, you will still be in a position to fire things on time. So fortunately, our players have been pretty good about getting here on time, being here, being available to us, being communicative about when they might have other things going on. And the other TOs have been wonderful. Michelle has been really helpful all weekend. Ton has been super duper helpful in getting players here and there from SMX. So we've had a really, really smoothly run event, all things considered. And I'm really, really grateful to the players for making that possible, to TOs for making that possible, from the machine providers, both Arcade, Impact, and SavePoint, for giving us machines that have been, I would say, pretty damn great the whole weekend. And yeah, I would say that the event has been very good and very fun. We've had a lot of positive feedback so far from players at basically every stage. And yeah, thank you to everyone who makes this possible.
We miss you, Justin and Meredith.
What's up? Well,
Hey, Justin, thanks for not rekeying a single one of your locks. It's been really easy to just open it up with save points keys.
so Dread and Red Viper now warming up still. Dread has decided to get on the machine at least for a little bit. Hudson and Matt playing some Hima Golden Glory shortcut here, doing some drills, getting that foot speed ready to go for these 3 singles charts. So further S22, like I said, by far the easiest of this group of charts. Further has an S24 that is quite nasty in the ending. It's got a really, really difficult long turning like drill section. Side pivots, or not turning drill, turning bracket section with like side pivots and stuff mixed in. Whereas the other two, the 22 rather, is pretty straightforward in terms of just having a long run at the end. And I don't think any of these guys are going to struggle too much with the ending of Further. It'll mostly come down to who can, like, you know, the difference between like a 990K, a 995K, a 1 mil, and like maybe an 850 or 800, a 980 rather. I don't suspect we'll see any scores below 980 on Further S22. But the S23s, Ultimatum, you know, it's 204, got long runs, and that's pretty much it. The runs are a little bit tougher than the Further run by virtue of patterning, but also the speed is a lot faster. But 204 is still, weird as it is to say, I think it's 204, maybe it's 203, I don't know. But the point is, Ultimatum actually feels kind of slow nowadays. It used to be that a song like Ultimatum would have felt like one of the slowest or fastest songs in the game. Nowadays, there are so many 210, 220, 240 songs. 202, okay, sorry. So there are so many songs though that are 210, 220, 230, 240. And like Ultimatum is like pretty normal. And in the 23 folder, it's like right where you'd expect to be. So again, Ultimatum is, I would imagine, one of the easier S23s for players of this caliber to score on. I could easily see 4 of them, or even 5 of them, breaking 985. I imagine Tony might be the player that will struggle the most on that one, but he always surprises me. And then yes, Tricklash 220 is a really hard S23. Very, very, very weird tech stuff going on all throughout the chart. I wouldn't necessarily say it's the hardest S23. Yeah, I think there's a few different charts that are, I don't know, full contenders for that throne, but it's definitely up there and will really test these players' ability to do weird technical stuff at high speed. And I can easily see that being a song where Hudson edges out Matt if Matt doesn't play the best of his ability. Hudson and Matt here, pretty astutely, I would say, warming up with Cleaner S21, I believe this is, maybe S20. A song that is very similar BPM-wise and very similar chart structure-wise to both Further and Ultimatum. This ending drill is obviously a big difference because of the bracket drill from either of those songs, but similar BPM and similar expectation in terms of stamina, like where you have to place your effort. Very backloaded, and I think a very, very reasonable warm-up here. Yeah, it is an S21. Both breaking 994. Hudson with the slight edge there, and he does upscore a little bit. Not going to be sad about that one, but not really a consequential upscore, but still good. And Matt probably saving a little something before they get going here on Further. And it looks like we are finally about to see Further get played. And Matt, the slowest reader out of the four, currently got his AV set to 655. Like I said, this song is a fair bit slower than the other ones. 9-8 slower than Ultimatum and 26 slower than Trick Lash. A very, very, very straightforward chart by the standards of S20. Matt with the 990K PR, Hudson with the 993. The other two not carded in, but I can imagine both of them are capable of 975, 980K this, even here in a. Very excited to see how they do. No full combo for Hudson or for Matt. So both of them will be, of course, looking to get an edge over one another. It doesn't necessarily make a ton of a difference for the top four. They're both pretty confident that they'll make it in no matter what. But they, for personal pride, if nothing else. Yeah, no, Further is not 200. I've never really thought that Matt was that fast of a reader, Phil. Also, welcome to the chat. Glad to see you here. Matt often astonishes me with how slow he reads. Hudson is the slowest on doubles, but Hudson tends to crank his speed up like I do for high-level singles. Like I said, this chart is very backloaded. The beginning of the chart is a lot of pretty simple drills and little tiny bursts, but this BPM shouldn't be too tough for any of them. Some of these hold taps and jumps coming out of them can be a little tricky, but again, these players are all phenomenal, and they will not struggle with these patterns too much, I suspect. Yeah, like I said, this chart is very straightforward and very back run heavy. I'm actually surprised Matt isn't playing at a little higher of a scroll rate, honestly. But he's much better than I am, so I'll leave it in his hands. I believe Matt got a great before Hudson has. I'm not sure I've seen Hudson get a great yet. Red also full comboing. Rick, the first to break serve and rather not break serve, I guess, and break combo. But yeah. Ooh, Dread finally breaking combo. Still, I would imagine neck and neck. And here we go into this long ending run. Drills are given some greats here and there to Dread. And Hudson broke combo. Matt has not. Matt looking at his first ever full combo on this song in Phoenix, possibly. Into this hard bracket drill run at the end here. Hits the double M run. Hits these oh, got bads, but he may not have gotten a miss. A very, very, very solid run from Matt. Hudson a little disappointed, you can tell. Hudson still second in the pack in perfect count. Dread a distant third, I would say, in overall score, largely due to a higher good count than Rick. Matt clearly the winner on combo and clearly the winner on score as a result. 991 for Matt, an up score over his score on his card, so he's going to be happy with that. Hudson, who has a 993 PR, probably a little disappointed, but still, you know, a pretty good run and ahead of two of his opponents. So definitely looking good for advancing to top four at least. Matt with the superb game. As I thought, no misses in that tricky end bracket section. And yeah, a good run from all 4 players. I'm a little surprised Dread and Viper's scores weren't as high, but seeing how the ending brackets were, it's definitely a chart that neither of them is necessarily at their strongest on, and they still played pretty well, all things considered. So, very competitive. We'll definitely have to see if Tony and Rinker can outdo Dread and Red Viper on that one. But so far, through one song, things are breaking about the way you would expect them to. Matt, pretty cozily hanging on to first, although you can very easily imagine Hudson having taken the song down with just a few things going his way. And then a pretty big gap between them and the rest of the pack. Here we see Ultimatum. This time Hudson slightly edged out by Matt. Matt not yet with the triple S plus, but very close. I imagine he is either working hard at getting the triple S plus on this one, or got the triple S a long time ago and maybe tried for the triple S and didn't quite get there, or the triple S plus and didn't quite get there, and has kept it on the back burner. But for both of these players, this is an opportunity to you know, do their thing. If I remember correctly, and I could be mistaken. Oh no, that might have been 1949 that Hudson was able to take down Edison on at Byte last year. But yeah. Okay, you say Rick crushed you. What was Rick's score? Do you happen to remember? Were you playing badly, or was Rick playing really well? Even I'm kind of good at this chart, and I suck. Ooh. Well, hell. It's only the 23 cell, I'm sorry. And none of them are playing no bar. Oh, I thought you were the spinning rings. I believe that Mr. Poop Fart isn't here because he lives all the way across the country. Almost as far away as you possibly can. But I would encourage him to come next year so that we can rough game together. Anyways, Matt, the only player maintaining a full combo here through the break and going into this, I wouldn't quite call it ending section because the ending is when the slowdown happens, but Matt finally breaking combo, but still looking really, really clean over. Ooh, a few bads there that are a little bit surprising. All the players have kind of had moments in the sun where they were doing great, and funnily enough, Dread there kept combo the longest through that weird bracket drill section, but he was spamming goods and greats, so he's not going to get a major score advantage. Here we go. This ending slowdown is brutal. Is easily the hardest part of the song, in my opinion. Very tricky to time, very tricky to execute cleanly. The
Every time I
did
look
pretty
at
well.
this chart, I just think, what are those jumps doing at the end?
All right, let's see here. Highest perfect count goes to Hudson. Rick, not only with a perfect count nearly matching Matt's, but actually edges Matt out on score despite the much lower max combo, the lower perfect count, get a higher great count and a lower miss count, and Rick actually second place on Ultimatum. You were not kidding, Drake.
Hudson got first.
Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. Hudson was very clean through the whole run.
Consequence.
Very, 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 very good run from Rick there. Very impressive. That's the kind of chart that I really, that's the kind of chart that I really associate with Rick. A really, really power-focused chart. There is tech, but it's not brutally difficult, and it's much more focused on being able to go full effort for a long period of time. And Rick with just a sick 6-6 score. Dread, you know, a considerable bit behind the other players there, and you know, still has a chance of moving on here, but right now it's very clear that Matt and Hudson are, the front runners. But Rick there sliding in front of Matt by a tiny amount on ultimatum. He's going to be very happy with that performance. Even if that's the biggest thing that he takes away from this tournament, even taking a single song off of Matt is going to be something that gets Rick really excited and really motivated for the next event. So awesome job there. And wow. So Hudson's score on this is surprisingly low given how good he is at stuff. But you can see he's kind of gesturing there about how herky-jerky the song is. And
Or how herky-jerky is on the pads.
And
Hey-o.
Hudson with the bozo move, to the surprise of no one. But we're going to get things resettled here real quick like.
Pump it up. New tunes. Cross. New tune. Difficulty zone level 11. Level 12. Level 23.
Are you thinking that you're going to come to Bite Cell? Nice. Look forward to seeing you if you do come.
In a web of fear, has nowhere to run and no one to trust.
Here we go. After our false start because of Hudson, Trick Lash is underway. Like I said, Hudson was gesturing about how herky-jerky this chart was, and he was not understating things. This chart has a lot of really awkward freeze tap tech where you are forced to twist your body in an uncomfortable position really quickly to tap an arrow or two arrows, or you are forced to kind of play the whole thing facing forward and slide your ankles back and forth and try to hope that your heel does a good job of hitting across the metal. And it looks like, let's see here, Matt, Hudson, and Rick all more or less at the same place combo-wise. Rick breaking there, though. And they are through kind of the middling sections of the chart here. This section, not too bad, but you can see guys are struggling a bit here. And once it gets past this fake, it is just all out, relentless. The rest of the chart, it's quite tough. You can see Rick is really laboring. He's got his ass open. He is just doing everything he can to hold it together, push through and fight through this one. All the players struggling a little bit. You can see Fred maintaining a very wide stance because of his legs, trying to get his heels in, trying to get his ankles in. That was a chart that I was thinking before watching them play it that maybe Hudson would have a little bit of an edge over Matt. But watching Matt play it and watching Matt upscore by 4K and reel off a triple S, which is huge for him, a really big accomplishment, one miss, incredible performance. I can see that that Matt, I should have realized that Matt was probably favored over Hudson. Hudson with a huge upscore and a very good performance. Hudson's score there in the tournament nearly as good as Matt's PS record. But Matt's strongest suit maybe as a singles player is his rolling tech, and that song has a lot of tough rolling at the end, and Matt did some really really, really good rolling there to hit some of those double M runs and stuff at the end, to hit some of those weird bracket runs, and a huge, huge, huge performance. That 91K, I'm going to imagine, is one of the best scores in the world on that. I'm going to look real quick while we're getting these scores tallied up and waiting for our last two players to get on the pads. I suspect that Matt's score there is going to be top 25 in the world and maybe even better. Let's see. Hello, Jeb. Glad to see you in the building. All right. So, Matt's Trick Lash, 991K, puts him actually lower than you would expect. 40th in the world, right below Juanito. Still a really, really impressive performance. Not too far behind Happy Feets and behind a lot of Latin American players or Korean players that I do not recognize. In fact, looking at it, I do not recognize any other players from the United States ahead of Matt aside from Seth. So I believe that Matt's score is the second best score in the US on Trick Lash. Very, very impressive. It's not too surprising that Matt, would get a score that's top 2, top 3 in the US. But in a tournament setting like this, coming off of a previous round where he PG 3D or 2D23s out of 3, very, very good. And yes, the LATAM players are ridiculous. I suppose that when you spent, 15 to 20 years playing the most insane UCS charts of all time in custom sims that have complete nonsense patterns, yeah, that's a Latin American favored chart. But still, very good run for Matt. He's going to be very happy with that. He will exit this stage ahead of Hudson, it looks like. Despite Hudson's victory on Ultimatum and his minor setback against Rick. So yeah, we're getting Rinker and Paranoia Boy warmed up here, and they should be ready to go in, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 minutes. So very excited to see how they do. The biggest drama is going to always be between Matt and Hudson for the time being, because those guys are just playing at such a high level. But Rinker is, as usual, far outperforming what you would expect of a guy who does not really play this game. And Paranoia Boy is an excellent, excellent, excellent player in his own right. So, yeah, very excited to see what happens. Got it. I have been left in charge of technology. I'm sorry to all of you. I'll do the best I can. I can't guarantee anything. I hope you guys are all having a good time over there watching this high-level Pump It Up that we've got going on. I noticed that Tony is rocking the Minnie Mouse ears and bow right now, representing his trip earlier this week to the theme parks. You're welcome, and thank you. I'm looking forward to it as well. I think Tony and Shinobi went and did Disney and Universal this week, if I'm not mistaken. Is one of the big appeals of the event moving back here from Daytona. Obviously, there's a lot of positives. I like the venue this year quite a lot. The hotel is really nice. Game room is huge. I will say that the setup as Pump It Up is set up right now is, I would say, a little congested, and hopefully next year we can work together with the CEO staff to get an arrangement that's a little bit better for Pump It Up specifically. But I understand that there's a lot of stuff going on and there's a lot of priorities, and having this nice arcade behind the players here in Jabali World is also a priority. You can see in the background we got Waka, Nostalgia, Beat, Pop and Music, Sound Voltex, all kinds of hand rhythm games. We got over in the candy cap section, we got all kinds of stuff. We got fighting games, puzzle games, Tetris, Puyo Puyo, all kinds of weird, obscure fighting games I've never seen, some kind of weird racquetball game that I had never even seen. I'm talking about an arcade game that I've never seen or heard of. You know, it's at least a little rare because I've spent 33 years or something in arcades. Got to the right of us, they're streaming some of the community events. I believe Melty Blood, although this could be Under Night. I don't know nearly enough about anime fighters to be able to tell you what it is. But there's lots of cool stuff going on here at CEO. It's always been a wonderful event. Storm is wonderful. If you have the chance to visit, I highly recommend you come out. The Florida community is very welcoming. Lots of great people here. Lots of people that you probably won't see at other events who are really cool, really fun to hang out with. The weather is a bit hot, so if you're not used to that, you know, you'll probably want to pack light. But great event, a lot of fun, lots of wonderful dance game players out here, ultra competitive. And the second this gets done, I'm sure a lot of us are going to go grab dinner in groups, grab drinks in groups, hang out at the pool, hang out in hotel rooms, all kinds of stuff. So I really encourage you guys to come out here next year if you can. And can't, well, I hope that you can at least come out to Bite, which is, I would say, the most competitive, high-level pump-it-up tournament in the entire world. We got players from all over the Western Hemisphere coming. We got some of the top players from Korea coming. Hopefully this year we're gonna have some European players that are able to make it over for the first time. Super competitive matches up and down the event, and we're trying to come up with a really sick rule set so that you know, an audience can watch the highest level Pump It Up players playing Pump It Up at an ultra competitive level that really, you know, heightens the tension, heightens the drama. So Bite is going to be wonderful this year, and obviously we're going to put every effort we can into making the stream as good as possible, but we are also you know, looking at making it a wonderful event for spectators. So even if you are not planning on entering any Pump Up events at Bite, I encourage you to come out. Also, yeah, I mean, this is an In the Groove player after all. I'm sure that some of you have seen some of the stuff that In the Groove over the years. Past some absolutely ridiculous stamina and foot speed charts. So while he's not going to clear 1948 here, he's putting in more of an effort than I would have anyway. And I don't know why anyone would put any effort into this chart, but, you know, I don't think that they put any effort into making it. But, you know, so it goes. The walk-off, unsurprisingly, probably not worth it to burn yourself out too much before you play your actual matches on something so frivolous. But I think we're having a little bit of fun, giving some joy to the crowd. We should be getting underway here with further in just a moment, I think. See, you and I have different definitions of good, I guess, Phil, and that's fine. You're certainly a much better player than I am, and you actually make charts, so you know your stuff. But I'm just gonna say, reasonable minds could differ, as they say in the legal world, and allow you to have your opinion. I will not die on this hill. I don't want to spend any time thinking about 1948 if I can avoid it.
Single, level down, level 14, level 22.
Yeah, you're right. When I go into online matching, I often think to myself, I could play Full Moon, or I could play 1948 S26. And those two charts are pretty comparable. I'm pretty sure that if I had a second player on the pad with me playing 1948, I would still do worse on it than I would do on Full Moon by myself. Look, you're not wrong. but also being better than 1949 is about as low of a bar to clear as a human being can establish. Here we go. These guys are about to get underway on further. Like we saw during the first wave of 4 players, this chart very backloaded, a very, very challenging 194 bracket drill run at the end. That'll be what really decides who here has the best chances of moving on. I really like Rinker's chances. I feel like it seems like he's practiced more for this event than he has in the past. And that doesn't necessarily mean that he's practiced a ton relative to these other guys, but a little bit more prepared. And as I am gassing him up, he gets a miss in a pretty good section. So I immediately look like a fool, or at least a non-combo. But, you know, right now, Tony, full comboing, no slouch himself. Neither player really struggling with these bracket freeze taps. And like I said, I fully suspect that we will see 970, 980K pluses here from both players. That early setback from Rinker notwithstanding. See, that's where you're wrong. Every single chart from pre-NX is perfect. Every single one of them. Literally flawless, as Hudson would say. Tony still maintaining full combo here. And I immediately jinxed it. I'm sorry, Tony. Meanwhile, going into this this run here that's kind of a prelude to the big run, Rinker breaks combo. Right as I was about to say, he's maintaining combo. So I'm just going to stop talking about how either player is doing and talk about the chart instead. We've got this really, really tough side anchor. And quite tricky to get your foot over that quickly to those up arrows. Both of them looking pretty good, though. Both doing pretty good on these brackets, but having a little bit of a struggle there. I think both of them are going to break 960 if I had to guess. But I'd be shocked if they broke 970. We'll see.
Excellent.
Wow, okay, I was wrong entirely. Tony with an almost perfectly clean run other than his non-combos. A 982K, 10 greats is incredible. 26 perfect advantage over Rinker. Rinker still a very solid 972. That'll put him between Dread and Red Viper. He will not be too upset about that. But Tony's score, I believe Tony may have beaten Hudson. What did Tony get? Tony was very close. If Tony didn't beat Hudson, he only lost to Hudson by a tiny, tiny amount. And yeah, that's... Tusa pointed out in chat, like, crazy accuracy from Tony on a very, very, very tough chart to do that. It's very, like I said, it's one of the easier 22s to score on relatively because there's so much of the chart that is straightforward and pretty easy to hit. The first half of the song is PGable for a lot of these players on a lot of days. But it's that back half that can be very easy to flub and fall off the rhythm. And Tony, despite getting some misses, didn't really fall off the rhythm enough to spam greats and goods, and that allows him to get a really, really good score. And we see here Tony has a great score on Ultimatum going in. Tony, I'm really excited to see if he can get into that Rick Matt tier here on this song, or maybe even into that Hudson tier. Saw Hudson 986 this last time, and Tony's PR is better than that. Obviously, it's not guaranteed that he'll be able to recreate that result, but if he can, Tony would be a strong favorite to enter as I would say the 3 seed going top 4. Very excited to see how both players do here. Ultimatum a lot like Further, very backloaded. But like I said, a good bit faster, probably a little bit less technical in its hardest parts. But we'll see how these guys do. Makes sense when you consider his background in SMX and DDR. Ooh, very, very cleanly hitting that back and forth M-run pattern there. Tony is crushing it. Wow. Awesome, awesome, awesome work from Tony here. He is looking like a very strong favorite to full combo, maybe even full perfect combo through the break of this song. Rinker not doing too badly himself, but Tony, who's the real beast right now. Tony hitting that bracket flam off perfectly cleanly. And here we go. These little short runs, not too hard. Yeah, I agree. Tony looking really good. Only a few greats here. Hitting these front side pivots. Looking crossovers, I guess you could. Cross unders, maybe. Finally breaking combo, but still looking good. Rinker also doing really great despite breaking combo a few times. Mostly staying on the rhythm. Getting a few bads, a few greats and goods, but still good. He's struggling a lot, though, with this bracket drill. And bracket run, rather. And Tony looking a lot cleaner. Tony's run is going to be really good. His performance on the first half of the chart makes it seem like possible that he gets into that double S plus zone. Ooh, he struggled a little bit with the ending, and you can see his disappointment on his face. He got some bads there in the slowdown, which were clearly a bit frustrating for him. His score is still going to be good. It's still going to be in that double S range, I imagine.
Excellent.
Yep, exactly a double S almost, 980, 232, but worse than Rick, Matt, and Hudson. So he's still in a good position to advance to top 4 here, and he's going to be very happy with that play. Rinker with the 965, again, a crazy good score for someone who does not play this game consistently or regularly and doesn't necessarily know any given chart all that well. He's looking like a solid 5th place finish here. He's considerably ahead of Dread through 2 songs, and Dread's Tricklash score was not great. It will be tough, I would imagine, for Rinker to pull off the upset here and knock Rick down into 5th place. Right now, it's looking like our finisher order will be something like Matt, Hudson, Tony, Rick. Or no, Matt, Hudson, Rick, Tony. But, well, it could be either way, I guess. It's a coin toss. But, right now it looks like those will be the 4 that advance here. Unless Tony has a really, really rough run on Tricklash, I'm pretty sure he's moving on. And unless Rinker has a really crazy run on Tricklash, I think this is going to be the end of his tournament. But he is still playing great, and who knows? He pulls out some of the weirdest scores ever. He is definitely the best advanced level 2 player in the United States of America, if not the world. The Youngbloods all live in other places for the most part. But the Unks are crushing. Unk activity. Unctivity. All right, so here we go. Like I said, Tricklash is by far the hardest of these 3 songs. It is pretty tough throughout. It's got a lot of wonky bracket tech. You're going to start seeing it pretty early here. This early stuff, not too bad, but the moment the freezes start getting incorporated, it gets really wild really fast. Then the ending is brutal. That spin there, you can see Paranoia Boy showing off the spins. If I'm not mistaken, this is a donkey chart. And yes, you were not here when I said it earlier, Tusa, but I've known Hudson for longer than Amir has been alive. As you would expect, Rinker's struggling a little bit with some of the weirder tech here, but still playing pretty damn good. Tony really cruising. Tony's looking great. It's difficult to say exactly how good his score is, but looking really good. A couple misses here and there, not really something to be worried about in this chart. But the ending will be the big decider. Here we go. Tony looking really good first half of this bracket drill. Rinker surprisingly clean too. Tony has... Ooh. It's interesting. Tony struggled a little bit there on hitting the double M runs. He is
Your skills are really amazing.
comfortably in top 4 here with that 978K. Again, incredibly accurate timing. 110 more perfects than Rinker, who had 99 greats on a very tricky chart to time. Again, like a crazy good score for Rinker, given that that chart is so damn hard and so weird. It doesn't matter. They're both moving on. But yeah, Rick and Paranoia Boy tying on total points. Paranoia Boy wins on the tiebreaker, but both of them very, very good runs here. And they're both going to be trying to do what they can, even if they cannot directly place ahead of Matt or Hudson, which would be very hard for either player to do. They're both going to try their absolute damnedest to at least knock one of those two off the pedestal on one of the 4 songs that they'll be playing here in the top 4. And excellent, excellent, excellent tournament run from Rinker, as always. Really, really, really impressive play from Dread, as he always does. He's an old guy. You got to, even among this crowd of old guys, I think he's the oldest guys. And he's big and creaky, so I get it. Wonderful guy, though, and great performance. And I'm trying to convince him to bite, but it's very hard to come to bite, but it's very hard because it's in Virginia, and he doesn't want to go to Virginia. So, if you guys want to meet Jason, best time to come to meet him is to come to bite to Storm next year. But that was a super awesome top 6, and it was great that we got to see so much high-level singles play. It is not guaranteed that we will see even a single singles chart here in the top 4, although it is probable and it is absolutely possible. The format that we're using here for top 4 is that each of the four players are going to see 5 unique card draws. Those card draws have 12 step charts in them with different weights of frequency based on difficulties. 4 of the charts are singles and 8 of the charts are doubles. The players will each get to veto one of the entire pools of card draw. So they'll look at all 5 and they'll say, this is the one that I want to throw out. This has the charts that I least want to play. Then, when they have reduced it to 1 card draw, they will take turns vetoing a chart. And then, when 4 charts have been vetoed, they will each pick a step chart from the remaining step charts. The intention here is to make it so that the players do not have to play singles unless one of them chooses to, but that no one player is allowed or able on their own to stop singles from getting through. If 3 of the 4 ban singles charts, the 4th can still pick a singles chart. Yes, this is very difficult. It's very, very, very strategic. And this, to me, is something that's really important. PIU forces doubles at the end because it's pump. It's a game about playing high-level doubles at the end of the day. And because high-level Pump It Up is so heavily focused on doubles, and so many events are exclusively doubles at the highest level, we have, historically kept tournaments operating in this way. That being said, like I said earlier, we are trying to make singles more of a thing. And so hopefully this year, the singles that we've already seen was satisfying, and hopefully we'll see at least a little bit more singles. Hi, Chad. Welcome. And yeah, exactly right. Chad hit it correct. At the end of the day, you can do more with doubles than you can with singles. As much as I love high-level, difficult singles charts, and as cool as I think they are, and as underappreciated as I think they really are, high-level doubles charts allow you to do so many interesting things with bracket tech, so many interesting things with, fast, long travel and pivot sections that you cannot easily do in singles. So, as much as I love singles, high-level doubles will always be a central part of any high-end Pump It Up tournament. And, yeah, I would also agree with what Zello just said. I think that the to an audience, high-level doubles is just really, really impressive. But that being said, to get back to the strategy element here of this card draw system, my feeling is that one of the most exhilarating parts of any really competitive endeavor is strategy and tactics. And if you go back to the earlier days of these kinds of events, for like DDR, for example, where you would have pick random. Pick random is kind of a flawed system because what you end up seeing a lot is one person gets a chart picked on them, plays it weakly, and then everyone else picks it on them the rest of the event. And that's tedious and boring. I don't want to see the same 7 charts played over and over and over and over and over again. Then you've got systems that use pure randomization, where the players have almost no agency in the song picks at all. And those are good in some respects. It means that you do not necessarily see players. You might see people get exposed by playing on stuff that they kind of have come out of left field, whatever. But it takes away a lot of agency. And I'm a big fan of player agency in games of any kind, be they strategy games, fighting games, rhythm games, whatever. So I really like card draw as a format, and I really think that the idea behind card draw is great. But I wanted to introduce, as Drake said, it was Drake that said it. As Drake said, I wanted to introduce the element of a singles protect, which has not really been a thing to my knowledge in basically any other US pump tournament, where all 4 players who are angling for top 4, all 8 players who are angling for top 4, all 12 players who are angling for top 4 cannot rest on their singles laurels, knowing that they will not have to play singles at the absolute highest level in a tournament. If you only have to practice doubles to get ready for a tournament, that allows you to skip, 1/3 of the game's content while you're preparing for a major event. And I think that it's super cool to see high-level singles charts played at a high-level environment like this, where players are really, really gutting it out. So I wanted to make a tournament format where the card draw would guarantee players that fear of a singles chart. In order to do that, you have to have a pretty expansive card pool. And the idea is that players of this level, all of these players should know all of these charts. It's possible, of course, that they haven't all played, 1948D question for no reason. But they should at least be familiar with everything through the 25s, possibly touching on the 26s. And singles charts they should definitely all know, because there are so few high-level singles charts that I suspect they have all played everything in the singles folders a handful of times on Phoenix, probably more dating back several years. That being said, as you can see, we have some of the draws up on the board, and they've already been vetoed. So I'm going to try my best to suss out why exactly these charts or rather these draws. Yeah. So the one that Red Viper banned. Whew. Okay. Singles were Pupa, Dement, Annihilator Method, Hercules. As a singles draw at this level goes, not terrible. One of the other draws also has Dement. Dement obviously very stamina intensive, very foot speed intensive, very drill heavy. I can imagine not wanting to play that, and I can imagine that was kind of a motivating factor for some of these bans here. I think ultimately his ban may have come down to maybe to the D25s in that folder. A lot of really technical, weird D25s. Zero Eyes, very strange. Imperium, super duper technical. And lots of really hard bracket stuff. He may not have suspected that he would do good on that, and he may have felt that that was a likely pick for one of the other players. He may have wanted to dodge any possibility of having to play Neo Catharsis, which is quite brutal. Paranoia Boys bans. Looking at it, I don't know exactly what his motivations would be. I can't say I know his doubles strengths quite well enough to know exactly what might have led him to those bans. Maybe I'll ask him about it after the fact. Hudson's ban, very obvious. He did not want to have to use a ban on WeX Dakva, and he knows he'll lose. And not only does he know that he'll lose on that chart, but he knows that Rick is really strong on that chart. So even if he felt like he could maybe, if he feels like he's going to lose to Matt on that song regardless, that's one thing. But he knows Rick will also beat him on that chart, and he does not want that daylight. Because if Matt gets that daylight, Matt is a heavy favorite to win the whole pool. When these points are coming down for the songs, and if Matt and Hudson are expecting to go, 1-2 or 2-1 on these songs, Hudson's fear of WeX Dakva makes total sense. There are songs in there that I would imagine are strong for Hudson. Heart Rabbit Coaster S23 is probably one of the singles charts he would have been most looking forward to playing. Gunrock D24, a very Hudson kind of chart. Chaos Again, if there was a D26 Hudson would want to play, I would imagine it would be that with his DDR background. But yeah, the WeX Dakva thing makes it really hard for Hudson to let that pull through. And that's the thing I really like is, obviously Hudson's difficulties with WeX Dakva are unfortunately, a stupid chart that probably shouldn't be in the game at all. But, it's understandable why he would veto it. As for Matt, why would Matt veto that pool? Matt is really strong at Prima Materia, so I don't think he would be afraid of Hudson taking him on that. Matt is, I would say, relatively maybe feeling weak on Dement and wouldn't want to have to ban that. I think Hudson's been playing really well on 200 lately, and so I think, or 210 fast up, I think possible. Which chart are you saying? Oh, WeX Dakva? No, it shouldn't be in the game. But anyway, it's easy for you to say that because you don't have any inguinal hernia. But anyway, Matt, I don't think Matt would have wanted to play Iolite Sky against Hudson. I think Matt might have been a little bit worried about the possibility of a doubles chart that isn't really in his wheelhouse getting through for Hudson. Looking at the pool that did get through, Matt hates Mope and will be praying to God that someone else bans it so he doesn't. I don't think, though, that Hudson is necessarily all that likely to pick Mope on his own. Biella's Nightmare is a pretty easy S23 to score on, and Matt might feel confident that he can do well enough on it that it's not likely that Hudson will beat him. Yogg Sothoth, probably the easiest S23 to score on. And again, a song where it will be hard for Hudson to get an edge because I think Matt can really roll a lot. You don't disagree with the veto? Wait, what part don't you disagree with, or don't you agree with, rather? The thing that Zello said, or what I said? Regardless, looking at the pool, it is funny that 1948D question is it. And I think that, yeah, Chad. So, yeah, I would agree with that too. I do actually earnestly agree that being old isn't necessarily an obstacle flexibility-wise. Okay, the picks are coming in. And I was going to say that if Jason were in here, he would absolutely pick 1948D question as a troll. And instead, Rick came through and picked it. It looks like Paranoia Boy picked Mahika D24, which is a pretty plain, pretty straightforward D24. It's got a little bit of a bracket run at the end, but it's one of the easier D24s to score on and to generally do well on. Rick picks 1948D question. I think that the basis for this is pretty simple. I think that the logic here for Rick, that he probably feels like he is the second strongest player here, stamina-wise and like speed-wise, like raw power-wise. His floor is the highest on those kinds of things. So he is gambling that it will really, difficult for Hudson and Tony to keep up all the way through. Now, it is interesting. Draw order means that it's last. So all of these players will be able to just go full all out on it and not be risking their tournament. So we will get to see 4 players try their absolute hardest on 1948D question, which is not something you would expect to see. Hudson takes Just Hold On D25. So even being presented the option to take a singles chart, he opts for a doubles chart. And I would imagine, I don't see the bans. I don't know what the bans were, but I would guess there were bans on the singles charts Hudson wanted to play, or that Matt effectively, with that last ban, used an effective ban the singles chart that the singles grouping that Hudson felt was that he thought Hudson would feel was favorable, and forced Hudson into a situation where the only singles options would be something he didn't want to play. And if that's the case, and we are seeing the ramifications of that right here, with Hudson picking Just Hold On D25. Just Hold On, really, this is the final round, although we may get a bonus match, between Matt and Hudson, because both of them have basically agreed that even though the winner of the tournament is whoever wins this, top 4, as we have decided via the rule set, they both are willing to put the belt on the line if they win against the other in a direct head-to-head match with a rule set of their own choosing. I have told them that we will sanction and supervise this, even if it is not officially the Storm winner. Yes. As Hudson put it, he's going to wax Matt and it doesn't matter. And as Matt put it, he already has one of these belts, so he may as well give Hudson 3 shots to win one.
Level 23.
So I'm very excited. I'm a big fan of letting the girls fight, as it were. And I will not stop anything from happening. I'm really looking forward to it. But back to the picks real quick here. Hudson's pick, very obvious. Just Hold On, a song that he's always been strong on, and it is a song with a long slowdown. Hudson, heavy background in 4-panel games, means that even as good as Matt has gotten over the years at reading slowdowns within the realm of Pump It Up players, Hudson will always be feeling on those kinds of charts. So his pick of Just Hold On makes complete sense to me. And, he's a good, solid bracket tech player also. So the bracket quads, Just Hold On, should not be an issue for him. I feel like Hudson, very smart here at picking Just Hold On. And Matt picks Crimson Hood. By far, Matt has the most practice out of any of these players on these high level charts. Matt is the only one with a title above Expert 6, I believe. And so he just knows the 26 folder better than the other three. And Repentance, a very odd chart, even within the 26s. It kind of looks like a pop-in music chart. It's very strange. So I can totally see Matt thinking, okay, maybe Hudson knows this one a little bit. But Crimson Hood, relatively new addition to the game, and it's a D where Matt has the biggest edge. Matt is by far the best of these players at these high-level, ultra-high-level charts. Matt, his pick makes complete sense. I think that more or less all 4 players' picks have a really clear logic to them. I think all 4 players have picked things that give them the best chance to win. Here we go. We got Matt and Rick about to play Mahika D24. So as I said earlier, this song, pretty easy as D24s go. Obviously a fair amount of bracket tech and a tricky runs, but the biggest obstacle to a triple S or a triple S plus on this chart for players of this caliber is going to be that ending bracket section. And I could see Matt cleanly hitting those bracket flams, the quads, Rick struggling a little bit. Matt really doing a great job here of timing on stuff that's pretty tricky to time. Again, like I said, this chart is easier by D24 standards, but it's certainly not easy. And there's a lot of little places where you can easily get greats by putting your foot on the right 2 panels, but in the wrong order, or at slightly too early of a timing. Matt, thus far, only a couple greats, really good run. Rick's run, a little bit less clean. He's struggling a little bit in some of these sections across the middle 4. But he's doing okay on these runs. Matt, meanwhile, just cleaning house. Really looking great. Matt full comboing these runs. Doing these higher travel sections really well. Hits the double M run into these bracket taps. Very nice on that first part of the brackets, but there you see it. That one bracket freeze section, quite tough. And Matt, a few mistakes here at the end, but not a bad run. You can see a little bit of disappointment in his face, but he's not going to be too pressed about it. 5 misses, but still a 991.627. Incredible timing. Rick with a really solid 967, almost a 968, AAA plus. In any setting other than the top 4 of a tournament like this, you'd be so excited about that score probably. But here for Rick, a good ways behind Matt. And yeah, like Zello said, that ending is a real killer to your combo. And you know, Matt did a good job despite breaking combo, still getting mostly perfects. And so he probably lost, you know, maybe 1,000 to 2,000 points from the maybe not even 1,000, probably like 500 points maybe to the combo break, and then, you know, the rest to the misses. But a very good run. And he's already gotten himself over to just hold on. Matt is at 991. I would suspect Rick maybe in the 950s on this chart. It's like I said, kind of similar to how Mahika is on the easier end for a D24. Just Hold On is on the easier end for a D25, but on the easier end for a D25 does not mean easy. And very excited to see how Matt does. This is the song where I think Matt is most likely to lose to Hudson, and thus is under the most pressure here to play at his best. I think that if Matt has a good run here, he's going to feel really good about his chances to win the whole thing. But Rick taking a nice long breath in, getting himself ready. We got the thumbs up from both players. Here we go. Things are getting underway. Hello, Default K. Glad to see you here in the chat. You joke, Alan, but one of my friends, when I was trying to clear this song, yelled, "Just hold on" at me. And I nearly burst out laughing and failed instantly. So Matt, clean through here, through this first slowdown section, but here's this long slowdown. That's all he suits up. And Matt looking clean. Rick having a little bit more of a struggle. Again, not the most shocking thing in the world. Not the easiest chart in the world. But Matt looking really good. Matt's got to be feeling good here going into this ending. Are you brawling my long? Here we go. These back and forth bracket sections. Matt looking really, really good. Ooh, and I jinxed him. He got a bad and a great. Still though, clean on the score. Very good timing. He's got to feel good about how this run is going to this point. This last slowdown run. He hits the transition into it really perfectly, and this last high travel bit's going to be where it comes down to. Nearly full combos the high travel brackets, and honestly, that might be an up score for him. Rick, though, stage failed, and for some reason failed out entirely. Okay, so Matt with the 95 620. He had a few more greats than I thought, but still a very good run. Rick, meanwhile, failed. And so I think what we're gonna probably have to do is look. He didn't card in.
Over.
Yeah. So it yeah, but he's not logged in, Goddish. That's the problem. No card. It wasn't that he was on normal mode, not premium mode. It was he wasn't carded in at all. Well then. I don't really know why he didn't card in. Could have very easily asked someone for a card. That being said, I'm sure that I will have to try and help figure out how to do this. My proposal is, for the time being, they should play the rest of the set, and if it's possible that Rick could have come in second place with a good enough just hold on score, we let him replay it. I'm going to go propose that to Vincent really quickly. Yeah, so I checked in with Vincent and checked in with Rick. We're going to run it back only if it's necessary at the end. And so for now, they're going to play Crimson Hood. and 1948. Then we're going to watch Hudson and Tony play the set. And then once that's all done, we are going to get back to things. Yeah, we've had similar incidents like this in the past with kind of similar things at various events. It's not as uncommon as you would expect, where there's a pad or whatever error that, you know, leads to this. But in this case, it's pretty easy with only 4 players left to be like, okay, well, if Hudson and Matt or Hudson and Tony or whatever are all ahead of Rick on the other songs, then it doesn't really matter. And ultimately, you know, the tournament winner is just whoever wins the tournament. Whoever comes in second, third, whatever, the prize money does matter, I suppose. It's not a huge consideration, I'm sure, for these guys. But, you know, obviously there's some amount of pride on the line, etc. But if Rick is, you know, let's say in 4th on the other 3 songs, it won't necessarily matter even in that regard. And so, you know, for crowning first place, oh. Everyone's rushing. Aren't Pump It Up tournaments fun, y'all? We should have enough time for Rick to get in and get everything set up, though.
It's been a long day.
And yeah, Chad, that's the most obvious thing, right? Is that you definitely can't have Rick run it back right now. If at the end of the whole tournament it's important that Rick runs it back, we'll have him run it back. But for the time being, it's nowhere near the #1 priority. It's already 9 o'clock here, and it would be nice to get things over with as soon as possible. Yeah, we've been doing that for every other stage of the tournament. I've been up there helping. This is the first time that we haven't had me up there helping, but I'm back here doing commentary instead so that we can at least have commentary for top 8. So, unfortunately, we do not have a ton of volunteers for Pump, and it's basically just me and Vincent doing the whole thing. Yes, time zones do exist. You bourgeoisie central timers are, you know, living in the past. It is in fact all my fault. You're right, Alan. Anyways, here we go. These guys are underway. Rick has broken combo. Matt has not. Rick has broken combo again, and Matt has not. I'll stop saying that now because, like I said, for Rick, this is probably a chart he hasn't played more than a few dozen times. He just broke into the 26 folder recently with Leather, and I would imagine he has not bothered trying to do every single chart more than 1 or 2 times, and kind of just said, okay, this is one that's going to be hard or easy for me. Matt, meanwhile, is working to be among the best players in the world on these boss charts. And right now, you can see that practice paying off. He's handling these very awkward bracket sections quite well. Yeah, Crimson Hood, I remember when this song first came out. I'm not really a fan of this song, but I played the singles charts, and I was like, wow, these are sick charts. And the doubles charts are also really cool. Really, really creative, really, really weird technical charts. And Matt is doing a wonderful job here of hitting this very strange bracket tech. Rick is struggling, but, you know, putting up a good effort. And, yeah, I wish I could say more, but I'm just going to let the players speak for themselves here, honestly. Matt, very good run. He didn't quite stage clear it, I don't think, but I'm going to guess that was like a solid AA, AAA. Wow, nice. 956K for Matt. Very good run. I don't know what his best is off the top of my head, but I would imagine he's pretty satisfied with that run in a tournament setting. 22 misses, so had he cleared it, he might have gotten the rough game, which, you know, crucial to note. Let's see here. 956 for Matt there. that would be the 21st or 22nd best score in the world, almost exactly equal to the score of Tomatonium, who, that guy's cool. I like him. Matt's PR is a 958.783. So Matt nearly matched his PR and stage cleared a really, really tough D26 in the middle of a tournament. Very, very impressive. He's going to be really happy with that run. And I think he's also going to be really happy with his strategic choice. He played that chart extremely cleanly, and I really, really, really doubt that Hudson's going to be able to come close to that. I should not say that because I'm going to somehow will Hudson getting the world's first PG on Crimson Hood D26 into existence just by saying it and doubting Hudson. But I would love to see Hudson prove me wrong and just crush Crimson Hood. It would be awesome. But for some context of just how difficult that D26 is, the number one score in the world on it is Feffums with a 996.292, a triple S plus. The next best score is Franco with a 988.744. There is a gap of more than 7,000 points between the first and second best scores in the world on that chart. That makes sense every once in a while on a 27 or a 28. But for a 26 to have that big of a gap feels, to me, pretty damn crazy. And Matt's score there, very impressive. Very, very, very good run. Good effort from Rick, given, you know, he probably hasn't put a lot of runs in, and 856K is pretty damn good on a 26. And now, here we go. The silliness ensues. Both players are ready. I would guess that Matt has put a few runs into this one. I would guess that Rick has tried it for fun more than once. But this chart is damn near impossible. The only score on it in the whole world is almost certainly cheating. Here we go. Let's see it. If we can see an 850K out of either player, I'll be really hyped. Oh, Matt breaking out the foot switch tech for those early drills. Well, this is reasonable. This is so damn silly. I appreciate that both of them are giving it their all. They both want to put up the absolute best they can here in a tournament. They absolutely need to be moving faster. There's only one problem. I don't know that either of them can move very much faster than this. I believe this is what the kids say is a skill issue. And when I say it's a skill issue, I mean it's a skill issue for 100% of the human population at the present moment.
This chart is proof that mission mode should not have died, because this should not be in the main game. At all.
Both of them still going at it. Again, it's very important here that Matt and Rick get as many points as they can on this one if they want to have the best finish they can reach. If Matt takes this one too easily, he could easily fall far enough behind Hudson on it that Hudson could overtake him for the whole tournament, especially if Rick and Tony give particularly spirited performances. So despite the silliness, they all gave it their all the way through, front to back. And let's see what the scores are here. Matt, 1,300 perfects, 755K. Rick, 1,200 perfects, 704K. The miscount disparity, not all that huge. Rick did a very good job of getting a lot of bads, I guess you could say.
Game over.
The chart is ass. Yes, I agree. Yeah. It's funny because we changed the rules to stop this from happening, and then it happened anyway. It can't be said that I didn't try my best. But ultimately, the whims of mortal man are beyond my grasp. Ultimately, though, I believe it was Matt. Matt had the last ban, and Matt banned out the group that did not have a D question in it. So it cannot be said that Matt is entirely blameless for having to play that chart. He could have kept the pool with Dementin and dealt with the consequences of the other songs and had no risk of playing 1948. Or he could have used his ban on 1948 and rolled the dice on the singles charts getting picked. I don't know what Matt banned because that's not available to me right now. But yeah, Rick chose to play 1948 for whatever damn reason. And well, we'll see what happens because we are about to get the warm-ups here for Hudson and Tony. And then once they start playing, we will have the final two players of Storm 2025. Pump It Up division. This should be done sooner or later. Player interviews. I can go ask them if they want to. Hold on, I'll bring them back here if they want to. I'll be right back.
Pump it up. I'm hot. My vocabulary is sauce. New tunes. Fake original. Online match typical recurring single. Level 20, level 20. Level 21.
There we go. Okay, so. There's a chair right here. Yeah. You want a chair, Matt, or are you good on your knees? Good. All right, Matt's good. So we're gonna talk to Matt first here.
Hello.
How are you feeling after that invigorating set?
Poopy.
Poopy, I imagine.
Oh, wait, only after the last one. The other ones were fine.
Okay, wait. I think can you guys hear Matt? He's holding the microphone kind of far away from his mouth.
I can scream if you guys want me to.
No. Well, hold on.
Put my mouth on it.
Difficulties.
You guys can hear Matt okay? All right, awesome. Great. So, first of all, how do you feel about how you did on 1948, I guess?
I tried for a second, and then I didn't try for a lot more seconds.
I was worried that if you didn't try all the way through, that there was a possibility that Tony or Hudson could slip in front of you. Did that enter your mind at all?
I think probably not, but I don't think it'll matter anyway.
You think you did bet well enough on the other songs?
Hudson can maybe beat me on Just Hold On.
Okay, so first of all, I guess
maybe Mahigat.
Okay, so I think that Hudson's pick of Just Hold On was the perfect pick for the pool, given the whatever. So what did you ban from the pool? What was your ban? Your single song?
No. It was banned sets.
Right. Oh, you just
we banned
picked?
Sets, and then we picked within the last set.
Oh, you just picked. You didn't ban first.
No, I banned the set that had Bamera and Dement and a bunch of other stuff I don't want.
So you guys didn't do song bans in the set. You just went straight to picks.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so you banned out the set because you did not want to play Bamera, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it had Bamera and both Dements.
My thought process was that, yeah, you probably were worried a little bit about Dement, and that you were probably a little bit worried about Bamera D26. I feel like
mostly set 2 had no singles that I was worried about playing Hudson on.
That was kind of my thought process too. I thought that Yogg Sothoth is a pretty straightforward chart. I figured that, well, you don't like Mope, it's
no, it's dog shit, but the chart's fine.
Yeah, and then I figured Viela's an escape. You can beat Hudson on escape pretty comfortably, I would imagine. The 220 bracket drill is probably in your alley, and then Viela's is kind of whatever. My thought process was then that your pick of Repentance was basically you wanted, or Crimson Hood rather, was that it was of the 3D26s, the one that was kind of the least coin tossy in terms of like Hudson maybe doing well. Like you know that you have more practice on the D26s than anyone else. And Crimson Hood's really tech heavy,
Yeah.
but not in the way that Repentance is. So, like, you felt like you could, do pretty well on it. Is that more or less
I like
accurate?
to call it Red Rocket, not Crimson Hood, but no, I played Crimson Hood recently, so I went with that one.
Awesome. Okay, I really liked that pick. I thought you would do really well on it. Your score was crazy good. It was like 3K below your PR, like basically exactly even with Jev's PR.
The bracket things were a lot harder on these pads than mine.
Yeah.
They're good sensitivity-wise, but they're more recessed than mine are.
Yeah.
So it felt more like my old pads.
Doing those middle 4 quads on non-silicon modded pads feels a lot different from the old style
I had to
pads.
try like really fucking hard in the first set with Imaginary City and Helix. Like I was really trying to push shit down.
Yeah, so really quickly, awesome. You played great, and that was what I was thinking also. When you were playing that first set, I was thinking like that was so in your wheelhouse, like slower, more technical D23s that you're already very consistent at. I said I thought you might be able to PG Helix out of nowhere, and then you did it. I was very impressed.
I've been very close for weeks. I kept getting one grade on it.
That was fucking awesome.
That was my first PG.
Congratulations on that. You played really good. If you do decide to play Hudson after this,
I won't, because I want to go do other stuff.
You're too tired and you want to do other stuff?
I'm
That's
not
understandable.
Too tired. I could do it, but he's had 2 chances to win the belt. I don't want to give him a third. He can wait until next year.
You've changed dramatically from your statement only a week ago on Discord.
Yeah.
Am I going to have to call you? Am I going to have to?
It was a funnier statement then. I want to be done more than I want to be funny right now.
That's understandable. Well, that's why we condensed the format down to the 864 thing so that we could get the hell out of here faster. Thank you so much for playing. Thank you for talking.
Yeah,
and
thank you guys.
if you win, congratulations. Everyone in the chat loves you, Matt. Chad and all of them are all saying hi to you. So great job.
You're welcome, guys.
And awesome. Thank
I'll
you
pass
so
it
much.
over to Rick here.
Yeah, Rick. Take the mic. Congratulations on your run. Sorry about what happened with Just Hold On. Hopefully it doesn't end up mattering too much.
I don't think it's going to matter. I haven't been feeling great about my doubles play here today. Just like, I don't know, like I feel like my balance is off. I've been tripping over myself. I can't get the right, grip feel that I'm looking for to what I'm like used to. It's either too sticky or too slippery, kind of like trying to find that like in the middle point.
Okay, yeah, that's totally understandable.
Yeah.
Do you have your pads at home silicon modded?
I do, but I didn't notice a difference with these because I have like the stiffer sensors.
Okay.
So it's about the same as like a stock TX or whatever.
Well, I mean, the first thing, obviously, other than the 1948 pick, the most notable thing is how you beat Hudson on Ultimatum. Or you beat Matt, rather.
I beat Matt, yeah.
So
that's the win for the tournament. Honestly, after doing that was enough for me. I didn't really care after that.
I said that. I literally said that exact thing on commentary. I was like, no matter what happens the rest of the way, Nick is going to take home a W from this tournament that he beat Matt on Ultimatum. I knew exactly what you would say.
Yeah, I took a song off Matt. My tournament was good at that point.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was extremely impressive. It's not like, and it's not even like Matt. So in the chat right before you played, Drake mentioned that you had ripped it on it earlier this week. You got, like,
I did. I had a pretty good run on it. Yeah.
So I was like, that's fucking sick. And you played great. It was awesome. How did you, I guess, Matt, also, you can chime in on this. How did you feel about having the opportunity to play high-level singles in the tournament? And why did you decide to let the singles
We definitely
through?
need to do it more because I'm tired of us all getting shit on when we go to Latin America tournaments. I also did want to mention, I think that Hudson is the only one in top 4 that is not a prior Storm champion.
No, he's definitely won Storm.
Hudson?
He hasn't won Storm in the modern era. In the modern era.
Okay. All 4 of us have been champions then.
Yeah, but yes. Hudson's also the only person here who's never been to World Pump Festival. Really important to note. Really important to note, Hudson's never been to WPF, unlike the other 3. But yeah, Rick, you played fucking awesome. The Ultimatum was extremely cool.
Yeah, I felt really good about my single set. The doubles just wasn't there today.
How much, so I know you got leather pretty recently.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Have you been working through all the 26s? Have you kind of tried to pick your spots and practice them? Had you played Crimson Hood much at all?
I played Crimson Hood one time, and that was actually in one of the sets that I vetoed because I didn't want to play it because I'm just not, that's one of those songs that you have to study. And I'm just not there yet. And there's like 5 or 6 other 26s I'm kind of working on right now.
Okay.
So.
Are you kind of like kind of just targeting the ones that you feel?
Yeah, like because I'm in the last like couple measures of a few 26s right now.
What do you feel right now, I guess, is like the skill that you most want to work on, that you most want to like are you stressed about like a specific kind of bracket tech? Is there like a specific kind of like high travel run that you're whatever?
Yeah, so reading like some of the more condensed brackets is kind of what I'm struggling with in the 26s. It's just like, you know, taking all the time off that I did, I kind of fell behind. So I'm kind of like trying to close like a 5-year gap on a couple of these guys that kept playing. So it's kind of hard. And then like, you know, I'm about to turn 40 in September, so it's kind of hard. I'm trying to like keep up my fitness and, you know, stick with that. So I'm focusing more on like condensing my technique to save energy to try to keep up with the younger guys.
Well, you played fucking awesome, and I hope that you can continue holding the torch for all of us 40 or near 40 men. I certainly wish that I was in the shape that you are in, and you've gotten dramatically better in the last year. Like, obviously, you've always been a phenomenal player, but like seeing where you were like a year ago when you were here, or when I saw you at like MomoCon last year or whatever, compared to this year, you've just improved by leaps and bounds. And I look forward to seeing you, you know, get do you have Expert 6 now?
Yes, I have Expert 6. I'm working on 7 right
now.
Yeah.
Awesome. I look forward to you getting Expert 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for all the stuff you do for the community. Oh, wait, okay. So yeah, what do you want to? Alan wants to know about the 1948 pick. Was that so? My theory was that you picked it basically because it's so fucking hard that you know everyone's gonna struggle.
Yeah.
Maybe your fitness and your whatever would give you an
I
edge.
put too high of a speed mod. I second guessed myself a couple of times. I went back and forth. I definitely put it too fast, and I think I could have pulled out a better run, maybe a little bit closer to Matt's score. So that was kind of like my thing. Like, I figured that, like, honestly, I could beat everybody at it just by mashing and just pure fitness, just pushing as hard as I could. But I did go a little too fast, and I just wasn't feeling doubles as much today anyway. So I really just didn't want. I don't know. I felt like it was my last-ditch effort at trying to take a song off anybody.
Yeah, I think that was a good strategy. I mean, that's pretty much exactly lines up with what I figured your intention was. Is it's like that's if there is a skill that you have over the three of them, like for sure, or at least not for sure, but you know the closest. It's like obviously you're not probably gonna take Hudson on some random S23. It's Hudson.
Right. Yeah.
That is the place where you could absolutely beat Hudson. You still could. I could easily see your score being the second best out of the group.
Yeah.
By the think time all is done, said done. But yeah, that was awesome. Good luck with all the bike qualifying stuff. Thank you so much for your time. We're gonna, I think, be playing Hudson and them Smash soon. So if you want to go, you guys want to go back?
Yeah, we'll go there.
More than welcome to. All
right.
But thank you so much.
See you later.
Both of you. See you guys. And yeah, thank you guys for you know, listening to that. I hope it was insightful in some way. And yeah, thank you. It was fun. Yep. And we can hopefully get Hudson and Tony for some maybe slight post-match interviews. Obviously, probably not as long because all of us are going to want to get the hell out of here the moment this is done. But I can maybe at least get Hudson on mic for like 5 seconds to, you know, talk some trash or whatever.
You say 5 seconds, he will talk for 5 hours.
Nah. I'll shut him up. Don't worry. I'm
With
the
force?
Waluigi to Hudson's Wario, so it's all good.
You can also be his Luigi.
All right, I am going to be back really quickly so that I am fully mentally engaged and ready for the last 4 songs here. So I'll be right back, y'all. Thank you so much for sticking around, and get ready for some sick Pump It Up.
Wow! You're awesome! Next stage. Level 25.
strong. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
Won't be destroyed.
Hey, why don't you just get up and dance, man? Game over. Pump it up. New teams. Difficulty zone level 17. Level 24.
Oh god, it's starting. Mike went off somewhere else. So you'll live with me. Okay, so just as a reminder, this is Tony's pick. And we were all kind of scratching our heads wondering why this was the pick he made. I kind of wonder if maybe he just particularly practiced this chart a lot. But right now, Hudson's still out here with full combo. Tony's form is making him catch and strays, but he is keeping up with the foot speed in his defense.
Absolutely perfect!
974 on Tony, 997 on Hudson. Go to this worksheet for a little bit. Wow, okay. Jeez. So I think Hudson had 984. I think he actually beat out Matt on that one.
All right, I'm back. I'm sorry, y'all. I need to go to the bathroom, and it's a long walk. But anyways,
You better be sorry. They had to hear me caterwalk.
How did Mahika go? For who? Hudson? Wow. I'm not surprised. Hudson forward chart. When is the rough game enjoyer getting expert 6? Bro, I gotta get expert 5 first. And that will probably require a time machine to when I was like 12 years old and my shoulders didn't hurt. Oh.
Not bad.
All right, here we go. This was Hudson's pick. So he is going to really be looking to get a second song win over Matt here and get out ahead of him. If he does, it's really actually Hudson's tournament to lose at that point. Hudson looking very, very strong right now in the brackets. He does get a miss there, but I think he's likely to hit this ending run as well or better than Matt did. But these slight errors in the bracket section might cost him. Kind of surprising, honestly. He gets the transition. Oh no! To say this is unexpected would be an understatement. Hudson is the one who loves the slowdown. You can see he knows he missed a big opportunity here. He almost certainly is going to be behind Matt on that one. A 979K. Tony with a 903, putting his best foot forward, but not quite enough. And yup, Hudson losing on his own pick to Matt by 6K. Just a few too many mistakes in some of the bracket sections, and a big mistake in the slowdown. Unexpected, to say the least. And so right now, it is a toss-up. This is Matt's pick, and Hudson is going to really struggle to beat Matt's 956K on Crimson Hood. Matt score top 25 in the world, I believe we said. Hudson probably has put in almost no effort on this chart in the past, almost no runs. It's possible he's never even played it before. And I can't tell because it's hidden behind the camera, but the point is that, okay, he has at least played it. Tony seemingly has not, but even if Hudson has tried this, I will say Hudson is always good at weird bracket tech. And this song, as we saw earlier, is weird bracket tech. But Hudson has barely put in runs on 26s. To suddenly, out of nowhere, pull a AAA or a AAA plus out of his hat on a D26 in a tournament like this would be something that would shock me, even coming from Hudson. The Mahika score, not surprising in the slightest. The Just Hold On score, a little disappointing, honestly. But a Crimson Hood upset here would be almost unthinkable. And if Hudson cannot somehow surprise us here on Crimson Hood, but he can at least outdo Tony and Rick, he will still have the chance to overtake Matt with a crazy good run on 1948. Within the standards of whatever the hell a crazy good run on 1948 is. I don't know if a 755K is crazy good, but yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it out here right now. Not in the mean-spirited way, but in the, it would be awesome to see Matt to see Hudson put together an out-of-nowhere insane run on this. There is no chance that Hudson beats Matt's score. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. He doesn't have it in him. Hopefully this summons the Hudson demons. Alright, Hudson doing pretty good so far on these first few bracket quad sections. He's actually, I think, doing better than Matt. Ooh, missed there, but by no means unrecoverable. He's looking good. He's looking good. I think he's got a shot here of putting up a fight, but we'll see. Tony doing great on the sight read. Hudson without a surprise to too many people, handling this slowdown better than the average person would, and certainly better than you would think you would after that Just Hold On trip up. All right, looking really clean on these Mercy bracket triplets. Moving side to side with surprising quickness. Holding combo much better than you would think. It's a really good run from Hudson so far. Tony is fighting through it to the best of his ability. You can see the fatigue on his face. A day's worth of gaming. But he's trying his best. He's going. Hudson doing pretty damn good on these bracket drills. Oh, can he hold on to his bar? No. He does fail, but that does not mean the end of his run here. He's got to keep going. He's got to keep going. He has to try and outdo Tony and Rick on every single song so that he can at least have a chance to upset Matt here on 1948. He does hit the ending quad correctly. I'm not going to say it's a 950, but it could be in the 930s. 944, a very good run from Hudson. That would probably also be top 30, 35 in the world if I had to guess, if it were a clear. And for a song you didn't have a clear on, a hell of a run. I would like to say that I at least partially helped summon the Hudson demons. He pulled a 944K out of his hat on a 26 that he doesn't have a clear on. Pretty damn impressive. But through 3 songs, Matt is in the lead here. So it all comes down to 1948. Rick's Just Hold On score is going to be pretty much irrelevant, I would say. So what matters here is on 1948, can Hudson
Level
somehow
26 over.
outdo Matt? And also somehow convince Tony to outdo Matt. If Hudson can beat Matt, it will not be enough. He also needs Tony to beat Matt. So if I'm Hudson right now, I'm slipping Tony the IV drip that Drake just suggested. Maybe a few TRT pills, Maybe some last-second creatine or Serpo.
Just pour this Picari Sweat powder directly into your mouth.
Picari Sweat is not going to be enough here. No offense to Tony. All offense to Picari Sweat. Not enough. We need to get Tony right now on the Lance Armstrong type shit. If we can get Tony on a blood doping regimen in the next 30 seconds, it's possible Hudson upsets Matt. I don't know to what lengths Tony is willing to go to help hand Hudson a victory, but most likely way that this happens, we need to see two players break 760K on 1948 question right now at 9:30 at night, 9:45 at night in Orlando, Florida. And if it somehow happens, I think Hudson might still lose, but it at least means otherwise. Regardless, we have Rick to blame / thank for this. Good luck to both of these men. May they survive.
God does not exist here.
Ooh, Hudson almost got to a 200 combo there. Very impressive. Tony is trying his best, but I don't think he's going to do it. I don't think we got the needle into him fast enough. Meanwhile, Hudson fighting, keeping that bar up. Just oh no, there it goes. As was suggested earlier, Hudson needs to move faster. But, you know, he's trying. Hudson's going to do whatever he can here. It probably won't be good enough, but it will be good enough in all of our hearts and minds. Just a little faster. Somewhere between 10 and 15 BPM faster. For 2 minutes. It's not like it's just one section of the song that no one is moving quite fast enough for. It's pretty much the whole damn thing. I think it's going to be a little while before any of us see it clear on this one. I don't know, maybe Feffums is in the lab, but this is one of the charts of all time. Tony has just fully abandoned things. Hudson is trying his best. Come on, then! Sorry if I yelled too loud. I tried to get the mic away, but I wanted to encourage my boy. 770K for Hudson. He did beat Matt. Wow.
What?
Hudson takes Matt on 1948.
Oh, God, he did.
And they are tied. And on total score, Hudson wins. Hudson is your Storm 2025 champion on the back of 1948 B question mark.
No! This wasn't supposed to happen this way!
I willed the Hudson demons into existence. This was all me. This was either all my fault or it was all my fault, depending on which word of fault you want to use. To be fair, Phil, I was not the one that introduced Hudson hasn't won Storm. It was the other two that were hating on Hudson. I just said modern. I was the only one that gave Hudson credit for having ever won Storm. And here we are with Storm 2025 champion Hudson. He is finally back on top of his throne. Yeah. Anyways, I will try. Now that Hudson is won, the shit talking will be immeasurable, and I'm going to try to get him back here as soon as Vincent is done giving out the awards. For the time being, I'm going to go up front and help with stuff. But the second that I can get Hudson for the interview, I will. I promise. All right, I got Hudson on his way over here. We're gonna talk strategy. We're gonna talk shit. Oh, baby. And we're gonna get the mic too.
I'm having Rick replay it, just hold on.
Just for the sake of it?
What?
Just for the sake of it, or to see if he
Because-
comes in
because,
second?
like,
Or
they were going to be really close.
yeah, okay.
Between him and Tony.
Okay, yeah,
They
for
already
sure.
talked, they agreed.
Yeah, okay. Rick is gonna be replaying. No. Oh. Use the other camera then. Sorry. It's upside down, Vincent.
Other way around.
Sorry if you guys are getting like insane vertigo right now. I apologize.
Other way.
Other way. Oh no. I'm sorry.
No. Rotate it. Yes, like that.
Where is Hudson? Yeah, go grab Hudson.
He's talking with that.
All right, well, I think it is just you, actually. All right, so Rick is playing Just Hold On again after he plays Horang Pung Ryuga, I guess, to warm up. I will get eventually if his... I'm gonna go try and grab him.
흐르는 저 하늘을 물어채는 범처럼 태산을 알아들어 숨어드는 새처럼 땅에서 땅 끝까지 넘나드는 곰처럼 온 산에 분물 불이 터지네 새별은 하늘 속에 대바늘을 찌르네 꽃들은 입을 열어 폭포수를 드럽네 강나루 모여드는 강물이 바라보네 비양청어랑 타령을 하자 불러가라 하루하루야 세월은 산에 끄다 놓은 수선화 장을 하라 바람 바람아 사랑은 별을 해내 서로 가자 부비부비 쳐가자 하늘에 나를 넘어가
So Matt, you know how I was wearing the headband? You were saying like I looked like you. So what I was gonna do was I was actually looking for a bald-headed beanie, so like a thin one, like a sheer, so I could wear it over my head and people would think I'm you. Yeah. Except for the part where I lose, because that would not happen if it were me, because you would know that it was me, and therefore I would win. But that's what happened anyways. Yeah. So
Okay,
are we on
so
stream?
Hudson. Yeah, we're on stream.
Where's the chat? Where's the chat?
You're there. Alan said hi to you.
Let me see the strat.
That's it. So, yeah, you can see the chat. Yeah. You can see the chat. So we got Alan, Phil and Tanya are in here.
Yeah.
Default K is in here. We got a good crowd.
Okay, cool.
Tomatonium's in here. So first of all, what was your strategy for banning the set that you banned? Did you ban it because of WeX.Club?
No, everyone kept messaging me and was saying, oh, obvious ban from Hudson. But here's the thing. I didn't ban it because WeX.Fa, because I know nobody would pick WeX.Fa against me, because they have a 50-50 chance of beating me if it's WeX.Fa. But you throw Matt into the mix and he won't beat me, so you've got at best a 33.3% chance of winning. But I'm not human, like I'm abnormal, so you take his 155% chance of losing at best. And
Filter math. I got it.
You get it. You get the rep. Okay. So, no, that's not why I banned it. Okay. I banned it because I didn't like the other songs in it. It had nothing to do with other people having songs they were better against me at. It was about me having songs I'm good at.
Okay.
And so I prioritized packs that had my songs.
Over.
Yeah, I learned in tournaments a long time ago, never pick stuff that you think the other player is bad at. Pick stuff that you think you're better than them at.
Pump it up. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to look at right here.
Wait. Was my score 369? Damn, she fine.
Ooh, she can sock it time. Yellow. Okay, so then I thought once it got to the pool that it did, I thought that your pick was obvious.
What?
I thought Just Hold On was the obvious pick. It's got like extended slowdown runs, which is something that you're like pretty strong at. It's not bracket tech. It's like stamina intensive, but not crazy.
Well, I mean, I know particularly between me and him, I have a triple S on it and he doesn't. So that was what?
Just hold on.
No, as of like 2 months ago, I had a triple S on it and he didn't.
so going off 2 months
As
data.
of 1 month and 20 days ago.
But Pump It Up scores hasn't been updated yet, so we're not going by that. We're going by official records.
Okay. So the point is, you thought a lot, and then you kind of choked.
No, so it had nothing to do with choke. Let's not mince words here, okay? Is the monitors on both cabs feel different to both of us.
They are different.
Yeah. And so I wasn't able to find a good window. And at my personal machine, I use 680 on Just Hold Down. But I was doing a warm-up on 660, and it was too fast. So I had to use something lower than I'm comfortable with in order to read it, but it was harder to time because of that. So I wouldn't say I choked so much as I struggled.
I heard you speak earlier.
Yeah. Am I not a Pump It Up player? Am I not one of them? Am I not one of them? I wanted to keep him guessing.
Okay.
I wanted to.
You wanted to add drama.
Yeah. And did I not have the biggest upset?
So what?
So I think this single was Mope.
It was Mope, Yellows,
I think it might have been Escape. I don't feel like. So first of all, I am dog shit at Mope. Like, I've played it, I have a PG to the ending every time, and I just fail it. I do not know what I'm doing wrong. I haven't gotten to it yet on my cleanup, so why would I pick that? I don't even know what Yogg looks like. I don't know what Viella looks like. Like, I just haven't played them yet. And Escape, I'm really good at it on a good day, and it's not something I wanted to risk, like completely messing up a drill bracket run. Yeah, it just wasn't, like, if these had been silicone modded, I'd be sure. But they don't even have the middle bracket vertical strip removed. Like, so I was like, I'm not trying to risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah! Your skills are really amazing.
I wouldn't say I choked, I gave it to him.
So now, you were explaining earlier your 19 strategy to me.
Yeah. So honestly, I was furious when this got picked because I had literally been complaining to you about this prior, that there's always somebody in top 4 who picks like Paradox D28 or some BS that like they can't score on, but it's like, ooh, it's funny, and it's not funny. So I was mad at Rick when it happened. He said he had never even seen it before. So like that's fun. But when I saw that Matt got like a 750 and Rick or like whatever, and Rick got like a 740, it was or 700 or something. It was like relatively close, and I'm like, wait, did Matt like bomb it? So when I was watching Matt play, I noticed he was conserving lots of energy so he could like heal to a lot of the runs. And I was like, well, he dropped a couple holds. So if I get a bigger combo in the intro and then just make sure I don't miss any holds, I should be able to close the gap from 750. So during the intro, I used all my energy to keep my combo going as long as I could for the free 5,000 points. And then everything else, I was just kind of heel-toeing, jumping around, making sure I never missed any of the holds. And, well, I just held on, as it were, because here we are. If this was me, if this was me like 3 months ago, no joke, he would have beat me on this.
Yeah, he would have
like, yeah. Well, I wouldn't say slaughter.
I saw you at TBD. He would have slaughtered you.
I wouldn't say slaughter.
You would have had a coronary on the paths.
I'm not gonna say slaughter, but you know what could have been. But here we are in reality, and the reality is, I took victory. I got the belt. You're waxed, and you're over.
Congratulations.
Not to talk shit, you're my best friend, but you know.
Congratulations.
Thank you, chat.
They came back here, they were talking shit, they were like, Hudson has never won a storm. And I said, wait.
Okay,
Hudson has one pump and storm in the modern day.
Just so you know.
Zello
Just for those of you who weren't born yet, let me tell you, I was undefeated in Pump It Up at Storm, not only for over a decade, but up until I stopped playing. And the first time I lost was when I had not played in 2 years. But it's been a long time coming. We're back on the top, and unless you guys invite FIFEMs or some shit next year, it's gonna stay this way.
The belt is back in Florida,
It is,
baby.
well, you know, for the next 2 days.
It's back in Florida. And I also pointed out to someone in the chat that I have known you, even though you don't remember us.
I remember.
I have known you longer than some of the people in the chat have been alive.
Let's go.
Old man, congratulations.
Cool. Oh God, my back.
Hudson said, oh God, my back hurts. He's old. Anyways, thank you guys. That was a wonderful event. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. I hope that some of you will show up here next year. I hope that I'll see some of y'all at Byte. I know some of you will be at Byte. And I look forward to the future of American Pump It Up. I think that we're on the rise, and who knows? Here, one of these two geezers next to me will give us a cool upset at Byte. So thank you so much, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and I'll see you around. Bye.